1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Sure.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, Deputy Minister, Chair of Eskom, and colleagues from both the board and the Eskom senior management team. Members of the Auditor General team, I think, are here, and other stakeholders and members of the public. Thank you again for agreeing to be here on an afternoon, on a Thursday. Usually, we are sitting in the house, but this week is oversight week, so a lot of the committees are not in Parliament, but ours is going to have its own oversight at a different time. So we've invited Eskom, and thank you, Deputy Minister, again for being here. We've invited Eskom to come and speak to us and South Africans about the audit outcomes for the year 2023-2024, which ended on the 31st of March 2024. But because we went on oversight in the second half of last year to Eskom, and a lot of time has elapsed anyway between March and now, we asked the Eskom team to, in any event, bring us as up-to-date as possible so that we are not working with old information. I know that Eskom has issued interim results for the 6 months ending September, 30 September 2024. So it would be remiss of us not to talk about that and things that have happened subsequently. But we are going to talk about a number of issues. It's the audit outcomes primarily, but there's a lot of issues that we discussed amongst ourselves, between ourselves and Eskom and the Appropriations Standing Committee, relating to governance, state capture, etc., etc. So we asked for an update on all of those matters. I also want to make a special welcome to Honorable Nazir Paulsen, who's sitting over there. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. So we look forward to working with you today. Sorry, put in the spotlight. But thank you very much. So I am going to hand over to, I'm assuming, to you, Deputy Minister, to get us started. But we are going to go through your presentation because we send you a letter with questions about things that we'd like you to address, and we'd like to share those with the committee and the public. And then we will get into a discussion. Honorable Neil May, who's sitting over there, will get us started in terms of that part of the conversation, which is not now. So without much further ado, over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And if I can also ask for introductions, obviously. I've been forgetting, and Honorable Skosana kept reminding me.
So thank you very much, Chair. So I am Samantha Graham-Murray, and I'm the Deputy Minister of Energy and Electricity. Some of you will know that prior to July last year, I would be on that side of the room, doing exactly what I know you'll be doing this afternoon, holding us to account, interrogating us. And I remember when I was in opposition, believe me, we took every opportunity to grill the executive and the departments, and I certainly expect nothing less from your team this afternoon. And thank you very much for having us. We do appreciate it. I'd like to just start off by tendering an apology for the Minister. Please don't feel at any point that this is not important to the Minister. This is a very important engagement. But today we are hosting the first Energy Transition Working Group as part of the G20, with the G20 countries, which the Minister obviously is hosting. So that is the only reason why he is not here today, and I have been sent in his place. I think what you'll find through today's presentation, obviously the 2024 results are not marvelous, and we know that the Auditor General and the SIU have presented to your organisation, to your portfolio committee, on these. So we know that there's a lot of accountability that needs to be met with. However, you will also see with the 6-month report for the next period, the vast improvement that has happened in Eskom. And I think it's important to know that even in our engagements at power station level, where we've gone to do oversight, the change in psyche, the change in ethos, the change in the feeling on the ground within Eskom has been immense. There's a proactivity, there's a positivity, electricity. I think the new leadership under the chairperson and under the GCE has just been phenomenal. There's been a complete turnaround in the way that Eskom is operating. But again, one has to remember that you've got 40,000 employees with billions of rands in procurement. So nothing's going to change overnight. It's a slow process, but I think it's important, and you will see today from the report that is done, that there is stuff happening. And it's important to know as well that we're not burying our heads in the sand. We know that there are issues. We know that there are deep systemic issues, and that the effect of state capture is not going away very fast. But these things are being addressed, and you will see in terms of the request that you put forward to Eskom, every single one of the 6 points that you have raised in your letter is addressed in the presentation that will be done today. I think another very exciting piece of information is that Eskom is obviously one of the largest SOEs in the country, and for the first time ever, it's going to be housed within the same ministry and department as energy, electricity. So we will have a holistic approach to energy going forward, which we haven't had for a long time. In the last year of the last term of Parliament, there were 3 different departments that were managing the energy issues in this country. You can't operate something as huge as energy and not have the SOE responsible for it accountable to the minister, who has to come up with the energy policy or the implementation of policy. So for the first time in a long time, we will have everything housed within one department, which takes effect on the 1st of April, with the ministry, with the minister and myself at the helm. So that's very exciting. I think also it's important that we look at, obviously the financials are going to be a huge thing today, and you will see that there are action steps in place to address all of those. There's the forensic investigations are underway. Eskom has been working with the SIU for 20 years to try and deal with the corruption that has occurred within the department, and you'll see as well that there are a number of measures that have been put in place to address that, things like e-tender, an e-tender process that's going to be undertaken, so that'll address the small tenders where corruption is so readily available, is one of the new initiatives that they'll be presenting to you today. They've also implemented a dedicated project management office to analyse all the data that comes through from the SIU investigations and to see how they can implement change. Obviously, the recent load shedding is an issue for everybody, and I'm sure some of you received the voice notes, the theories, the conspiracy theorists, the grandstanders, all coming up with individual stories as to why load shedding happened. The truth of the matter is that Eskom is undertaking a massive planned maintenance program at the moment to ensure that they have capacity over the winter season, so that we don't have load shedding when the system is under constraint in winter. And as a result, there's very little room to play if things go wrong. And suddenly on Saturday, there was just this multiplier effect of things going wrong. One unit went off, it tripped another unit. We lost an entire power station. Later on, we lost another 3 units. Kuburg went off last week with the problems at Medupi. There were problems at Kusile. Everything, this confluence of factors just occurred on Saturday, and that resulted in the load shedding because there was no room to play with the 7,500 megawatts that are offline currently for planned maintenance. So there's no conspiracy around it. It's not that Eskom haven't paid their oil account or their petrol account or whatever other things that were doing the rounds. They haven't paid their electricity. So it really wasn't any of those things. It was just one of those domino effects that happened that was beyond anybody's control. And as you can see, everybody has worked tirelessly around the clock to ensure that we're back out of that load shedding, which is unfortunate because in the last 10 months, Eskom has produced 99% electricity, which is a huge achievement given that in the prior year, I think it was 329 days of load shedding. So, I mean, hats off to what Eskom have done in terms of their generation, in terms of their maintenance, in terms of the way that they've adapted their systems to ensure that load shedding is not yet a thing of the past. I mean, it's important to remember that we're still constrained, but that it is being addressed, and we're certainly not. I think everybody was caught off guard. I mean, we didn't have a single thing charged on the weekend. We were rushing around charging lights and trying to find all our load shedding essentials. So because we've gotten used to not having load shedding, and that's really thanks to the incredible team that are sitting here today. One other thing that I think is very important, and one of the biggest threats to Eskom currently, is municipal debt. And you'll see that comes up regularly. It's a huge concern. Both the Minister and I have been meeting with municipalities around the country to try and find ways to support them, to look at what the major issues are. We're coming up with various bespoke strategies to address municipal debt in individual municipalities. Every single municipality has its own issues. There's 71 municipalities that are on the debt relief program. 67 have defaulted. 14 are chronic defaulters. Part of the problem is that National Treasury have designed a program for these municipalities to comply with, but the municipalities have not been given any additional resources to actually address the issues that got them into that situation in the first place. So again, Eskom are on the receiving end of poor decision making and poor policy and constraints within the municipal space. So we are looking at ways where we can find strategies that support the municipalities to make them more financially viable, because it's in everybody's best interests for municipalities to have a profitable and working electricity business so that they can continue to be sustainable. If municipalities fail, this country fails. So it's not in anybody's interests to allow that to happen. So please do understand that it is a major, major focus of our ministry and our department to find ways to address the municipal debt and to ensure the sustainability of Eskom as a result. And then I think the last thing to say is that obviously, the country's beaten up Eskom for a long time, and with reason, because they have failed in their core mandate for a number of years. But over the last year, I think what we've seen is a deep, entrenched change within the organisation, and we're starting to feel that the country's starting to trust Eskom again. And obviously, I know how hard the team took it over the weekend when we had to institute the load shedding. The knowledge that once again people would start to be distrustful of Eskom is something that they all carry on their hearts. So we are working very, very hard to rebuild that trust, to make sure that the work that we do is transparent, that there's accountability through the SIU program, that the new checks and balances that Eskom have put in place will allow them to be accountable and transparent, and that we will ensure that this becomes one of the best run SOEs again in the world, so that they can rightfully take their place as they did, what was it, 2001, where they were the world's best power utility. That is our job as the ministry and the department, and we then value the oversight role that will be played by all of you in ensuring that you hold us to account and that you ensure that we do what we are required to do. So with that, if I may, Chair, I will hand over to the chairperson of the board to then take us through to the next phase of this introduction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister, for that introduction. Certainly, in the short period of time that you have been with the business, we've really appreciated how keen you are to get to understand what it is that we do, how you also, as much as you're saying that, it's the people on the other side that are holding us accountable, you on your own, together with the minister, you continue to do the same. But at the same time, you also do whatever it takes to support us as we try and turn around this business. We truly appreciate it. Thank you. Honorable Chair, Honorable Ziri, Honorable members, the DM, and also colleagues, good afternoon. Yeah, each time we have to come here, my board together with the executives are always worried. And of course, maybe for good reasons, they're always worried. And when I look at them, and I also look at how much they are working so hard every day, and I ask myself, why should we be so worried? Because in any case, I think we are all part of the same team. We may be, you appear to be on the other side, but we're all working for Team South Africa. And that team We are occupying different roles, of course, but we all have the same objective. We have the objective of making sure that we're getting rid of corruption and fraud within Eskom. That is what we want. We also want the same thing, to make sure that this company, Eskom, delivers on its commercial and social mandate. It is absolutely critical that we do that. We also know that one of the objectives that we have is to make sure that this entity is sustainable, as the minister has indicated. And by sustainable for us, it means that it has to be profitable. We went to one committee and we were very surprised to learn that it's like a bit of a crime for us to say that we are going to be profitable. It is something that is so key for this entity to be able to wash its own face. We cannot continue to be relying on the support of government. We have to stand on our own 2 feet, and we have done so for over 100 years, and we should continue to be able to do so going forward. And it is our push, our drive to make sure that this business is profitable. So that's the key piece. The other one is when we look at our balance sheet. Right now, our balance sheet will say it is weak. Huge amount of debt that we are carrying. That is not a good thing. We have to have a strong balance sheet. We have to take down that level of debt. And we truly appreciate what South Africa has done through National Treasury to support us, 254 billion rand. That 254 could have gone and done many other things, and that has been given to Eskom. We understand the level of responsibility that is linked to that. That is why we have to, going forward, to be profitable, so that we can help this company to do its purpose, which is to deliver growth sustainable, to help this country to be growing. So with all of that, when I look at it and say, no, we are actually sharing common objectives. So we should really not be worried when we come here because we all want the same things, but just playing different roles. Today, though, we are going to be focusing on the audit results or the financial results of 2024, FY24. I just want for us to really be clear, the period that we're talking about here is from the 1st of March 2023 to, it's the 1st of April 2023 to the 31st of March 2024. So that is the period. If I can just help you again to understand how much has changed since that time. Our group CEO, he joined us on the 1st of March 2024. So he was just only there 1 month for the period that we are looking at it under review right now. Since then, there is so much that he, together with his executive team, have done. Hence, when we're talking about the level of load shedding that we've been seeing, almost none during the time that he has been with the business, looking at the structures that he together with his team have put in place to make sure that we arrest the corruption, we arrest the criminality within the business, the kind of partnerships that he together with his executive team has forged with the SIU, with other law enforcement agencies like SEPS, is something that is going to help us to be able to deal with this problem. Unfortunately, we are not an island as Eskom. You know, some of the things that are happening in the broader society, these are things that find themselves into Eskom. But in any case, with that as it may, we have to do our bit as the executive and also as the board of Eskom to strengthen the internal controls to make sure that we do not continue to be losing the valuable resources that can be used to help this company to grow. So with that, I just want to take you through now, which is the slide number 3, just to take you through some of the lowlights of FY24. It was not a year that we are proud of. We own it, you know. It is ours. We do not point to other people. We are the current leadership that is there. We are not going to be blaming anybody. It is we take the responsibility for that poor performance in that financial year. 329 days of load shedding, like the Deputy Minister has already indicated. The amount of money that we spent on diesel, 34 billion rand that was spent on diesel. You know. We had a record loss, a loss of 25 billion rand. So, you know, you can go on and on. It is a year that reminds us what not to do. We can never go back there. But looking at the current financial year, which is FY24, the Deputy Minister has already indicated that 99% of the time the electricity was up. We have saved an amount of about 17 billion rand of diesel. And we can see at the end of March 2025, we can see this entity delivering profits after I don't know how many years that we have been relying on the government to support us. This is such a positive movement forward, and this is linked directly to the fact that now we're no longer having load shedding. So to try and arrest this problem, I think I've already shared these 3 areas that we're focusing on as the board together with management. It is not just us focusing on load shedding. We need to focus on a number of areas to make sure that this entity becomes healthy. Operational, financial, and sustainability. Those are the 3 areas that we're focusing on. Around operational, the key point here I want to mention is the dysfunctional organizational culture that Dan inherited, that we have been deliberately trying to get rid of within the business, driving accountability, making sure that there are consequences if people are not doing things the right way. Doing things the right way, doing things right all the time, that is the kind of culture that we are building within Eskom. And that comes from making sure that there is a tone from the top, tone from coming from the board to the executive leadership. People must be able to role model the kind of culture that we would like to build. And I am really, really happy to see the kind of role modeling that I'm seeing from the leadership team that we have been able to assemble to help us to address this big challenge that was in front of us. The other point that I want to make is really linked to the adherence to the internal controls under sustainability there, and then the prevalent crime, corruption, and fraud. The enhancing of governance and controls is something that we are so occupied with all the time, focusing on strengthening those controls, having IT helping us to tighten the controls around systems, bringing people into our organization that have got an experience for other businesses, some of them as big as Eskom, to help us to make sure that they bring their expertise to help us to address this key area that is a big challenge. So we are very, very focused. We're looking forward to engaging with the members of the committee, and we of course, understand the level of responsibility that we have in helping turn around this business, but certainly we also know that we have to learn every day. You know, like last weekend, you know, with all of the things that we have done, we thought we have done right, something new came up. We ended up with load shedding. Yes, we did not like that setback, but we have looked at that and said, what is it that we can learn out of that? And let's make sure that the lessons are learned, and let's make sure that we implement those solutions across the entire fleet of Eskom. So with that, Chair, I would like to hand over to our Group Chief Executive, Dan Morikane. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you come on, just for the committee members and the public, I have asked Eskom to, unlike the way we've been doing this week, to do their presentation. The members have received it, they've read it. The reason is exactly what the chair said. 250+ billion is a lot of money. South Africans need to see what is being done with it, and whether that level of trust that government has given is warranted. And therefore, in our invitation to Eskom, I sent a fairly detailed letter asking them to share this. This is being streamed, and I think South Africans need to see and interrogate the same information, not just ourselves. So I've given them a bit more leeway in terms of accounting for issues around governance, around what it termed as a weak balance sheet. We wanted to see those consequences when we were at Eskom. I've asked for those to be shared not just with us, but with members of the public through this process. So that is the reason. It's a lot of financial responsibility you have, and the South African people have entrusted you with. So please go ahead, Mr. Morikane.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, honourable members and the Deputy Minister. Chair, we are accompanied by members of our executive team here. They'll come in quite handy when we get to the robust engagement around questioning. But I think they'll also be able to, in a different tone and voice, give members comfort on the salient details of some of the interventions that we've taken through. Just to summarize, the year that was March 2023 to April 2023 to March 2024, in one slide, Chair, that was a year characterized by very high unavailability of the plant. The EAF was only at about 54%. And what we say in our business is that if we're not operating, we've got no sales to make, but we also have very high utilization of fuel costs, as you can see and evidenced by the 34 billion rands during the period that we also shared, almost 330 days throughout the year. Our emissions performance in terms of environmental compliance was also out of kilt with our expectation, and that mainly has to do and indicates the state of the plant in terms of reliability and adherence to the regulatory framework. One of the things that was also very visible in that period under review was the increase in the distribution energy losses, and this is both the technical and the component that is lost due to electricity theft. And we'll probably cycle back to this when we talk about the audit findings. We always focus on our safety. In the period under review, we had 2 employees and 3 contractors who lost their lives in service. We try to constantly put safety ahead of everything that we do. As late as yesterday, the engagements we're having with our staff is that nothing is urgent and important enough to do unsafely. In that period, we saw a net loss before tax of 25.5 billion rands. Just to remind members, this was an improvement on the previous year. Coming out of any turnaround, you do anticipate a gradual lift off from worse conditions, and gradually you want to see a movement towards break even and onto the positive side. So if you looked at that year in that context, there was an improvement of 10 billion rands on the bottom line. We know that this business and its size, its dependencies, is one that we want to have in the black all the time. Of course, the financial performance was bolstered by the increase in that year, in line with the agreed tariff path at the time that saw us had some 18.6% increase. But we know that in that year, because of the load shedding, we had an overall decline in sales of some 3%. What's important to highlight from here, and you'll see when you go to the next slides, is the fact that the municipal area debt started picking up and quite sharply, running to 74 billion rands in that period from a nominal 58 billion rands the previous year. It's also in the year that we saw 76 billion rands of government money, public money, injected into the utility to start tempering the debt service cost that the business was saddled with. The next slide, Chair, sums up the key issues that are contained in the annual financial statements of that year, that essentially shows the increase in reportable irregularities. What's troubling about this, we can put this up front, is the fact that some of these irregularities were not showing up for the first time. You'll see we've put in the brackets there that some of the environmental breaches dates back from 2021. The lack of ability in terms of management's performance when it comes to reporting PRECA matters that goes back to 2022. Non-compliance with record keeping and requirements of PFMA, basic stuff, goes back to 2022. And the investigations and consequence management relating to PFMA remained non-compliant from as far back as 2022. So if you look at all of this, together with the failure to complete financial statements on time to National Treasury, that dates back to 2022, incorrect information being provided to this committee in 2023, unresolved in the financial year under review, and also the fact that in that period of 2024, a matter relating to the breaching of fiduciary duties by prescribed officers also showed up that had to deal with the work with one state entity in the form of a municipality that generates power, also showed up. So we have reportable irregularities that point to poor controls within the business, and also the lack of follow-through from management. We own this, as the chairman said. Our responsibility is to then get into a mode of what are we going to do about it. So the interventions that we have put through, Chair and honourable members, is to first of all put through a strengthened executive team with appropriate skills. It's important that we have executives that understand what needs to be done and have the ability to follow through in ensuring that that is done. So the basics, internal controls, risk management, and PFMA oversight in the first instance needs to have the first line of defense from management, and that's what we have done in terms of the of the hires that we had made. Chair, we've also consolidated our forensics, security and investigating teams into one and a group investigations function. We have capacitated that team. It collaborates with state agencies, and we work very closely with the SIU in that space. It is the same team that drives implementation of recommendations that come from various forensics work from some of our service providers. So every file that comes from those pieces of work gets sent into this team, which operates as a PMO. It does two things. One, drive accountability from employee perspective, and it also drives accountability from a supplier perspective in a very structured manner. We, through this process, addressing the backlog of investigations and disciplinary hearings. Some of this go back as far as 2013. The bulk of this remained stagnant in the last 3 years, and our focus is really to clear this backlog so we can, one, administer justice timelessly, but also find a way of closing this loop going forward through adaptation of our policies and procedures as well. We've also strengthened the culture of accountability and consequence management. So we do take action, where we come across behavior that is not consistent with what is expected, and we do so timelessly. We are on a big drive to resource our finance team. We've indicated in our results that part of our challenges in as far as our AFS outcome is concerned had to do with the lack of sufficient resources, both technical accounting, but also the enforcement of accounting expectations within the different business units that we have. So we've driven quite substantially and driving substantially the recruitment of resources to assist us in this space. As we do so, Chair, we continue the execution of our generation recovery plan. It is central to taking us to a point of comfort from an operational perspective, but it's also central to us being able to comply with the legislative framework from an environmental perspective. So our outage durations in some of the stations are longer than they would ordinarily be because we're doing interventions that are aimed at making us compliant with the requirements as per the environmental approvals that are in place. On the next stage, we detail what we are doing in as far as the different categories are concerned. The audit recovery plan, we have taken this plan and its outcome and essentially have tackled it with the same energy levels as we have dealt with operational aspects. So we have set up an audit recovery plan. It's led by Poshiaus, together with Caleb sitting next to me here, that deals with readiness from a procurement and supply chain perspective. And this is to make sure that the auditors don't come and run around looking for documentation, upon failure of which they then are rightfully at the point where they gives opinion on limitations of scope. So we're driving ourselves in that space now to ensure that every transaction that has been done in the last financial year is on the system with all its documents that are required to support the thinking process and the governance around it. We have also focused on the PFME-related capability and knowledge within the business with training of our people. We have very good policies. The auditors themselves do say so. It is about the execution and adherence to those policies that we have to show some improvement in that space. Around State Capture Task Team, we continue to support the activities in this place based on the Zondo report. And we pursue criminal charges where there's indications of us to follow through. We follow and work here, Chair, with the SIU as well. And we have streamlined the way we interface with them. There's a single point of contact within the business with visibility to myself and regular engagements and clarifications where needed. And we have found this relationship to be very helpful. It gives us capacity that we do not have whilst we're focusing on the other parts of our business. From a security risk and threat perspective, Chair, I think the one point to lift up there is that we have now elevated the need for security vetting of employees in non-executive directors, executives, and employees in critical areas. We have that capability, and part of it with alignment with the relevant state authority, that we are able to do some first base level of that work within the business itself. So we do not run for a very long time and sail blind. And secondly, we're focused on cybersecurity. This is a big issue for us, given the threats that we had identified within our online vending system, as detailed in the report for last year. And so we have brought in capacity that will drive us speedily to play catch-up in this process. As we do this, we improve on our policies and procedures, and we adopt technology to ensure that we can have an inbuilt capability for some of this control. So we have moved, last December, we have moved to using the central database from National Treasury, so we don't have any tampering of supplier databases from our own organization. And that will be now fully rolled out to the rest of the organization from the 1st of March. It's been already driven into the generation team, the power stations level. On the 1st of April, we'll move into e-tendering. That removes also a lot of risk associated with audit trails and manipulation from individuals. This will help us deal with the procurement and compliance aspects of our business, and will go a long way in addressing some of the issues as picked up from the audits. What have we done with supplier disciplinary processes? In the next slide, Chair, we had a total of 375 referrals. As I said, this date back to 2013. 146 of these cases were processed by the State Capture Task Team. We have sanctioned 58 suppliers from that process. 43 of those was through the State Capture Task Team, and 15 from the procurement and supply chain management aspect. 36 of suppliers received suspended sentences or sanctions. We closed 31 cases where there was no evidence of malfeasance found, or where suppliers had finally deregistered and exited our system. We have 154 cases that are still in the process of review. Chair, through these processes, we engage with suppliers, also giving them the right of reply, and to make sure that the process is just and fair. And we have about 96 cases that we have to deal with as part of the backlog. But we have a very dedicated team. This team that I spoke about of investigation and security is now doing all the groundwork in terms of preparing the cases for the Supplier Review Committee. And the Supplier Review Committee has been activated. It was activated late last year after 2-3 years of a lull, and it deals with all these cases that are being brought before them. We had 19 suppliers that were flagged, that are in the Eskom database, that were flagged in a Zondo report. Whilst we had proceeded with civil and criminal matters before dealing with the supplier discipline proceedings, we are now at the stage where we deal with the supplier discipline through the Supplier Disciplinary Committee in-house. That takes into account all the processes that has unfolded from our side. We capacitate this team through that deals with the cases. We capacitate it with internal staff, but we also bring in external support so that we can clear up this backlog in a reasonable time. And we estimate that between 6 and 12 months will be what's required for us to finish this completely. We do encounter back and forth as a result of suppliers exercising their other parts of the rights. So that deals with that part. It's something that is quite high, and we'll keep an eye on it. So, Chair, if I move to the next slide that deals with the first half of the year. And this first half of the year of 2025 is the year between April 2024 to September last year. We are now a month away from the end of the financial year. Plant availability has remained consistently above 60%, averaging around 63% in that period under review, and it's still around there. We had at the time 183 days without load shedding, with a saving of just under 12 billion rands year-on-year comparison. We now know today where we sit that record of no load shedding ended at 311 days at the end of Jan, when we had the 37 hours of load shedding. The savings from a diesel perspective year-on-year are now at about 17.5 billion rand. So the impact of no load shedding on the financials is very visible. The emissions performance has improved, and this we can expect as we do more maintenance, do the interventions for environmental compliance. We come back within the curve. Chair, the energy losses in that period under year escalated. You'll recall that this is a period where we also, saw through the KRN1 to KRN2 process, so the extent of illegal connections, the extent of meter tampering, that essentially translates into losses through theft. In the period, which was a 6 months period, we had 3 fatalities in our business, 1 employee and 2 contractor fatalities, and our lost time injury rate deteriorated to 0.3%. From a financial perspective overall, the net profit before tax we improved to 23 billion. We forecast a profit after tax that will be in excess of 10 billion rands at the end of the financial year, and we still hold that view with a month to go before the end of the financial year. This period was supported by a 12.7% increase in the tariff. This pertains to the last year of the MYPD 5. Area debt escalated to 90 billion, and Caleb will talk a bit about that. And we also had the 64 billion rands of government debt relief injection. So the driver of the FY25 operational and financial turnaround is essentially around the growth in our volumes, 4%, and this is what is expected when you have electricity to sell. We also had a containment of primary energy costs in relation to a budget of 7% down. You can see the net finance costs are down because we're having this intervention from National Treasury that drives the operating profits, the EBITDA, and the profit before tax upwards. We anticipate to be in a position to declare or report a profit after 5 years of not being able to do so as a business. Chair, I'll hand over to Caleb now, who will take us through the nuances of the financials and the rest of the improvements in that space in line with the questions that were asked.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. If we go to the next slide. Dan has covered a lot of this slide. The point I want to highlight here, after the improvement in the EBITDA margin year on year from FY23 to 24, with that improvement of about 10 billion with the loss reducing before tax. The big adjustment that also came through in March 24 was as we separated transmission into the new entity, National Transmission Company South Africa, we had to de-recognize deferred tax that was on the balance sheet, because effectively the entity that was generating the revenue is no more in the company, it's sitting in the group, and couldn't utilize and see the benefit of generating those profits to utilize the full extent of the assessed loss within a short period of time of 5 years per the accounting standards. So, Honourable Chair and Members, that's a once-off adjustment that we took in March 2024, which then increased the loss before tax from the 25 billion to 55 billion after tax at the end of March 2024. If we move on to the next slide, the point I want to highlight here is really around points number 2, 3, and 4 on the slide. Over and above what we've seen, and as the CE has indicated, you see obviously firstly when we are not load shedding and we are then generating the sales and in billing customers, that does come through in our top line. If we just quantified how much did Eskom not generate from a revenue perspective in FY24, some 13.2 terawatt hours at that average selling price of 165.5 cents in that financial year, assuming it was fully paid for and received, that would have been 22 billion rand. And like the CE has said, you see that benefit with the increase in sales come through in our interim results, Honourable Chair, as you indicated. So that one is being addressed by the better performance in terms of generation. And the financials of Eskom is always the other side of the coin of the operational performance. The one that remains a concern is number 3 and number 4. That's relating to electricity theft, tampering of meters, etc. So similarly, just under 14 terawatts of terawatt hours that we could not recognize as revenue at that same average rate, that equates to 23 billion rand that Eskom did not recognize or could not generate in FY24. And as Dan has indicated, we've seen that distribution energy losses increase in the current financial year. So it remains a key focus area to arrest that so we can see the top line and then effectively your liquidity and your bottom line improving. And linked to this is, from an accounting standards perspective, based on the non-payment, we didn't treat certain municipalities and metros on a cash basis. So in March 24, we couldn't recognize 8.9 billion rand in that financial year, up from 8.2 billion of the previous year. And similarly, with the escalating in the amount of arrears that are coming through in the current financial year, then that amount, again, under point number 4, will not be recognized, not only from a performance perspective, but more importantly, from a liquidity and cash perspective. Honourable members, I need to highlight the point that from a sustainability perspective, it's important that Eskom does recover its cost of capital through the regulatory mechanism. In that financial year, the regulated return was 1.7%, compared to our cost of capital on average was around 11%. And what you would have seen in the recent decision by the regulator, he did allow for a return of assets to go to 4%, 5%, and 6% in the last determination. If we move on to the next slide.
Sorry, Mr. Kasim, just for clarities, can you simplify number 4?
Number 4, Honourable Chair, effectively, because of our inability to collect from municipalities, the accounting standard says now you mustn't treat those municipalities or any customer on an accrual basis, and we recognize the revenue in the top line. We only recognize the revenue once it's collected, as the DM has said. So the importance of collecting from municipalities or metros or any customers becomes vitally important. One, it'll go as a recognition to revenue in that income statement, but more importantly, the cash. Now, with the further deterioration, that 8.9 billion rand, Honourable Chair, we foresee it only increasing and not being recognized. So put it differently, if we made a bottom line loss of 10 billion, had we just recognized and received what was due to us, we would have broken even in that financial year.
Okay, so I'm trying to simplify it further. So let me play it back to you. Just switch off your mic, please, if you don't mind. So let me play it back to you. So in other words, the accounting standard says, if it does not appear that that municipality has the ability to pay this money at all, do not keep it on the books as potential revenue that you could get into Eskom's bank account. Rather, like a Christmas present, recognize it when it lands in your bank account somehow. And you are therefore also saying that you are expecting the number of municipalities who are in that situation to increase. Okay, that's what you are saying. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, for that help. And you'll see it as indicated by the Deputy Minister. Despite the mechanism that National Treasury has introduced to municipalities to adhere to the current account for 12 months, if they do that, we will then write off a third of the debt that existed as at March 2023 for that respective municipality. To date, currently, we've only received now 5 requests from National Treasury that says these municipalities out of 71 have complied, and we will then do that write-off. So that is the big challenge for us. And when I get to another slide, I'll elaborate on that a bit more. Thank you. If we go on to the next slide, this is just reflecting the mix in terms of the customers and the sales categories. Obviously, taking into account literally load shedding for majority of the year, all categories had decreased year on year from the previous FY 2023. So I'm not going to spend time on that. If we move on to the next slide. On the primary energy side, the point I want to highlight here is that you see the percentage increases in the rand per megawatt hours for the different categories of technologies, really indicating single-digit percentage increases, except for the imports, and that is a contractual agreement that we have with the imports from Korabasa. Despite that 18% increase in terms of the rand per megawatt, if you look in an absolute term at 748 rands per megawatt hour, it's still a relatively cheaper source of supply compared to OCGTs and IPPs. Importantly to highlight here is that if IPPs are delayed in coming online and being connected to the grid, and we acknowledge that from an Eskom perspective, there are constraints in certain areas, in particular on the transmission grid, and that's why the importance of the expansion of the transmission development plan. But what we found was 8.8 terawatt hours of shortfall in FY24. Now, what it meant with the tight system and the challenges we were facing ourselves as Eskom, we had to then, through generation, look to also produce what did not come timeously from the IPPs. And there's also been challenges within the region in terms of droughts, that in terms of what was forecasted, we imported 1.6 terawatt hours less. So that further put pressure on the generation requirements and the need for the extra diesel. So just highlighting the importance of the timing of when IPPs say they're going to be coming online and how it impacts on a system that is extremely tight at a particular point in time. If we move on to the next slide, from a financial balance sheet performance and position, just to highlight that the debt on the balance sheet decreased year on year from 423 billion rand to 412 billion at the end of March 2024. And the impact in terms of the key financial ratios was very marginal. Obviously, this position changes significantly in terms of the forecast and the performance in terms of FY 2025. And just to highlight that from our perspective as Eskom, 400 billion rand worth of debt, and to service that is unsustainable. We need to reduce that to a level we believe around 250 billion. If you work at that average cost of raising debt at about 11%, call that 10% for ease of numbers. On 400 billion, it means your interest bill is 40 billion. And if that average debt comes over a 10-year horizon, the capital repayment is 40 billion per annum over 10 years. So you add the capital, you add the interest, you then have to service 80 billion rand of debt service commitments. When our debt was at its peak around just under 500 billion, about 2 or 3 years ago, our debt service commitments in 1 year was 106 billion. Now we believe that that number as debt service commitments needs to reduce to at a max, I believe 50 billion, but more like 40 billion is more sustainable going forward, which by implication means you must keep your debt on your balance sheet at around 250 billion to be sustainable. If we move on to the next slide. The only point I want to highlight here is that the benefit and the relief that has come from the 250 billion as the debt relief program is not only the liquidity relief. In terms of the conditions, we only use it to pay debt service commitments, capital and interest. None of that is used for operations. We report to National Treasury in terms of those conditions, and once those conditions are verified by National Treasury, then that loan initially as it comes in gets converted into equity. But what it has allowed us to do, Honourable Chairperson, it meant that as a business we didn't have to focus on raising debt for the next 3 years. We knew the debt service commitments were covered, which means that from the cash from operations we could allocate it to the business in terms of their capital requirements 3 years in advance to go and place their orders in terms of their investment, in terms of maintenance capex as well as growth capex going forward. It took the pressure off from a financial perspective, but more importantly, it was the catalyst to allow the business now to go focus on the operations. To your point, Chair, I believe that I know when I stepped into acting as CFO in 2017, I was looking at the end of the month, how do you meet your debt repayments, and do you have money to pay 40,000 staff? You couldn't look beyond 3 months from a liquidity perspective because it was so tight. So what it means from a CapEx perspective is that when the business says, give me the money for CapEx, I have to first secure borrowings before I can release it. So what ends up happening, you go through the process of securing the loans, etc. It takes months to conclude, which means you can't release the funds to the business early enough for them to place orders. That all has a snowball effect in delays in what the operations requires. So don't only look at it from a cash flow perspective, but it meant it was the catalyst to the recovery that we see in particular in the generation sector, but also the work that is required in distribution and transmission. If I move on to the next slide. I think this is what Dan talked about, the performance of this financial year for the 6 months, but again, also highlighting the point, you can see 8.7 terawatts hours that are lost in terms of the distribution losses. And now with this additional 12% increase, you're looking at an average rate of 204 cents. That's another 18 billion for 6 months. Then you can multiply that out in terms of implications for a 12-month horizon. To get back to the same point, Chair, earlier on you asked the net revenue that was not recognized for 6 months is already sitting at 8 billion. So you can do the extrapolation to the end of the year that it'll literally at least be double that we don't recognize from an accounting standard. Only once it's received in our bank account, then we can recognize that revenue. Moving on to the next slide, in terms of Eskom's financial sustainability, if I touch on the revenue part, yes, from a tariff perspective, we would like to get to that full cost of capital being recovered, and only efficient costs must be passed on to the consumer. That's the first category. We must deal with our costs and cost efficiencies, which Dan has also touched on in terms of driving out corruption and fraud. The municipal debt issue and where it is, and that trajectory together with some of the metros that are not paying or delayed payments is a concern. Because what will happen, the benefit we forecasting in terms of the 250 billion rand debt relief, we haven't borrowed in the first year when we received the 76 billion. We're finishing the second year at the end of March 25. We'll get 64 billion. We will not borrow. Next financial year, Honourable Chair and members, is 40 billion. We will not borrow. So we are still delivering on our capital requirements. We are not borrowing, so the balance sheet will delever. But if you don't resolve and arrest this trend in the non-payment, the benefits from the debt relief will be nullified. It's a massive risk, and it's our biggest concern at this point in time. Just to circle back in terms of the better performance, we only request to National Treasury when we want to draw down in terms of the debt relief as late as possible, because it does attract interest. In this current financial year, with the better performance operationally and savings year on year of that 17 billion in OCGT expenditure, we've only raised, if I go to the next slide, 8 billion rand thus far in the first 6 months, and only in February we've drawn down 16 billion, which means the remaining 40 billion in terms of this financial year to March 25 will be drawn down in the month of March, attracting as little interest as possible. This is the issue around municipalities, which I touched on. I don't want to go into more detail on that. If you go on to the next slide, I will ask through you, Chair, that Mr. Bala will talk about the distribution agency agreement, a mechanism we believe that can assist in addressing the municipal challenges. Through you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Afternoon, honourable members. I think the issue of the challenges regarding the payment by municipalities has been well articulated. Now the question is that what are the options that are available? What is at our disposal to deal with that? I think first and foremost, we acknowledge and understand the role that the electricity business within the municipality plays in terms of their sustainability. So I think the big issue is that municipalities are battling to collect, they're battling to bill. There's issues of skills, there's issues just over in terms of the overall management of the electricity business. So we've put together a program that is that we refer to as active partnering, wherein we design bespoke solutions for municipalities, because each municipality has got its own nuances. So we design these bespoke solutions to address particular municipalities. Again, the view, we started off selfishly to say that we want to be able to collect what we bill in the municipality. So that was our selfish view, but now it's a bit broader than that. It is what we see as a contribution to the overall sustainability of municipalities. In terms of the principles, our view is that the electricity businesses within municipalities should be fully ring-fenced, so that the revenue that comes in through the electricity business can actually be transparent. The capital investment required for this, it is municipal assets that we are going to be assisting to look after. So there is a funding requirement that will be, there is a capital funding requirement that will be necessary to start to refurbish the existing network, to make sure that we can actually meter and bill the municipal customers, to actually collect the revenue on behalf of municipalities. So the tariffs that will apply to be municipal tariffs, again, it is our considered view that the revenue that is generated is actually important to the municipalities. So again, our focus would have been to start off with, to get what we'd refer to as our cost of sales, or cost of supplying the municipality, with the cost recovery element, and then the difference between that and what the municipality would have as a markup in terms of their tariff would then be handed over to the municipality. We hold the considered view that the free basic electricity grant that is currently being administered, number one, it is inadequate for 2025. When the free basic electricity was introduced at the time, which was going back over 2 decades ago, 50 kilowatt hours per household would have been adequate. But fast forward to 2 decades later, I think lifestyles have changed. So our view is that the 50 kilowatts needs to be reviewed. Not only that, the way that the grant is currently administered it makes it difficult for the grant to actually get to the recipient. So we need to design a system wherein the grant actually gets to the recipient. Yes, the money does move from COCTA to the municipalities, but however, that grant does not find its way to the intended recipients. So we need to find a way to say, how do we then make sure that that actual grant gets to that intended recipient? So we are working with the Ministry of Electricity and Energy to come up with a proposal that we are socializing with the other stakeholders within government. So what it is that what will enable all of this in terms of government support? There is currently the National Treasury Debt Relief Program. In its construct, it was designed to assist the municipalities, but the reality is that we've seen limited success of the current debt relief program. That's the first part. The second part is that we've seen the emergence of big municipalities and metros that were not a problem in the past, but that have started being a problem. So as much as we were getting some limited success, the problem was further compounded by the metros being part of the problem now. I think the examples of certain big municipalities have been well covered in the media. Our view is that the work that is currently in progress through the NECOM in terms of the reforms of the electricity distribution industry, that work needs to be prioritized and accelerated because it is through the structural adjustment that we can actually have sustainable electricity businesses within municipalities. In the short term, we should really consider moving struggling municipalities to prepaid, wherein they upfront pay for the electricity that they think they will consume. We think that in this way we will actually deal with the short-term steps, but in the medium to long term we need to look at how we further support municipalities. In the long term we would definitely need EDI reforms. Thank you, Mr. Kasem.
Chair, through you, the last slide.
No, before you get there, and I know we have to finish, because this is very important. So I asked for this, members, because when we were at Eskom for oversight, there was a huge discussion around municipal debt, and so if you remember, some members said you've got to try something else. Remember? So we need to so this is an answer to that injunction. So it's important as a follow-up, and I think it's important that we again try and simplify it as far as possible. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want you to go through the slide again. So basically what you are saying is that, and I need to understand the problem, make sure we're on the same page. That part under principles that says electricity business is fully ring-fenced within the municipality suggests that part of the problem is that municipalities use the revenue from electricity to plug a hole that should be closed by the collection of rates and other forms of revenue, water, etc., etc. So they use that to plug that hole. That means Eskom goes unpaid. So what you are suggesting is that first, the money that's paid by residents for electricity is not used for anything else, is used specifically for electricity. The second thing that you are saying is that the ability of the municipalities to collect the debt from their customers who would be residents, because it's poor, Eskom is going to work together with government to improve that capacity. That's the second intervention. The third intervention is that, so you're not just, so there's going to be skills transfer into the municipalities itself so that over time, there is less reliance on Eskom in doing that. They can do this on their own, right? Then the point about local services and so on, I think is well understood. I need to just understand the capital investment provided via municipal funding mechanism. So explain what you're saying there. Are you saying that because of this robbing Peter to pay Paul within the same ecosystem in the municipality, there is also deficiencies in terms of recapitalizing their own electricity infrastructure within the municipality, which leads to what we call load reduction, among others, and so on. Because the municipality as a distributor is not able to fix its own, to do maintenance on its own infrastructure. Some of it may be old, etc. So you are suggesting that that money goes directly to that, and you assist them in making sure that they can do that. So it's a comprehensive intervention. And finally, they're saying the indigent grant in terms of the electricity, 50 kilowatt hours is just too little in 2025. It needs to be increased because lifestyles have changed, etc., etc. So it is too little. Okay, so am I correct in this interpretation, I now need to ask the question. What happens to the existing debt? You spoke about qualifying criteria for municipalities with treasury and so on. Can you just explain that part? So what do municipalities have to do? And once they've done it, how does treasury respond? And when they respond, how does it then have a positive impact on this problem? And then on your income statement that you showed us earlier in terms of the revenue that you would get into Eskom. Can you just explain that bit? In simple language. You guys use accounting and business language a lot.
Thank you, Chair, and also engineering as well. Yeah, Chair, I think your interpretation of what we've articulated is correct. Yes, the issue of the ring fencing, it is important, and you're surmising that because it's not ring fenced at the moment, is that the money goes to other parts of other important parts of the municipal areas. I think that's what we have. That's what we've experienced. The net effect of that is that there has been a chronic underinvestment in the infrastructure, existing infrastructure, and also the inability to expand the infrastructure. For example, we've spoken about the issue of energy losses. We have, I'll give the example that we are currently busy with of Malutia Pufong. In Malutia Pufong, there are no meters to speak of. So those that pay, they pay what they think they should be paying, and the rest simply just do not pay, simply because there are no meters. So when we went into Malutia Pufong as a pilot, we needed to, we've started about 6 months ago, we needed to prioritize to say, where do we go first? Because the problem is just too big. So we've started with the big businesses. We've made sure that there is metering there, that we're metering them. We're collecting on behalf of the municipality. So even on basic things such as metering, there is no investment there. There are papers that have been written that talks to the amount of capital injection that is required within the municipal space. There was an amount, I think, in terms of the JET IP of some 30 billion rand that is required just to get the existing infrastructure to a state whereby we are comfortable. Because why it becomes important is that you may have all the generation that you can have. Until it can get to the end customer, you're still going to have a demand and supply imbalance that will then translate to what would be load shedding. So effectively, that is why we felt it was necessary that we put the EDI, or the electricity sort of transformation, or the whole industry restructuring as part of the agenda of NICOM. Yes, the big part of the problem is that there are simply no skills to speak of in the municipal space. Yes, Eskom is stretched, but that's where most of the skills reside. Eskom has got the ability to source in some of these skills. Yes, we will work with the municipalities when we move into those municipalities. Again, the idea is just to capacitate them to get to a point whereby they themselves can then stand on their own 2 feet. It is not to take over, but rather a short-term intervention to get them to be in a position to be able to run their own businesses. Yes, in terms of the indigent grant, absolutely, I think your interpretation is correct. It is inadequate. It requires to be modified in terms of how it's administered. Again, the intention is to make sure that it gets to the intended household. Thank you, Chair.
That's the big one.
Thank you. So there is an issue of this existing area debt of some close to 100 billion. So the existing National Treasury Debt Relief Program was such that when municipalities, they start to comply with the conditions that are set out on the circular, is that they comply for 12 consecutive months in terms of servicing their current account, then we would write off the third of that debt. After 3 years that, of that consecutive good behavior and adherence to the payment of the current account, then the understanding is that that debt then will be fully written off. Now that we are here, that debt then becomes something that we need to talk about.
Okay, so I understand. So what you are saying is that they have to first demonstrate an ability to pay what they currently owe. So what is that current period? Is it what, 30, 60 days? What is it?
So I'm talking in terms of the framework of the existing National Debt Relief Program, is that they must pay, they must adhere for the 12 consecutive months, then they qualify for the first 30% tranche in terms of the write-off. So
No, I get that. So what
Yes.
I'm trying to say is, so basically it says for 12 consecutive months, pay what we're supplying to you now, right? Don't worry about what's in the past. Pay what we're supplying to you now. After 12 months, we are going to write off 33.345% of your debt. And if you remain good for another, how long? Is it 2 years?
for another 2 years.
Another 12 months. Then we will forgive your old.
The other third.
Another third. So then we forgive another 33.34%. Then on the third year, if you are still good after 3 years, which hopefully you will be doing all of these other things to improve the municipality, we will forgive the entire thing that it ever happened and you are free. So that is so it's linked to the improvement at municipal level with an incentive that says, if you are good now and you work with us in this way, then after 3 years, you can forget about what you were owing us up to the point where the program began. Okay, thank you. Now we can move to the next slide.
Chairperson, I think before we, or maybe just to close up a point from Mr. Bala's input, the free basic grant. We know from the Stats SA numbers that there are 10 million indigent households in the country that qualify for the FBE grant, and to date only 2 million families access it. So even, you know, in terms of talking about increasing that FBE grant, we have to drive for increasing access to that number to ensure that as many as the number equal to the estimated indigent families access it to alleviate the pressure that drives in some way the illegal connections and electricity theft that comes through it. The last slide, Chairperson, talks to a fourth cornerstone of the business sustainability, and this has to do with what is within the control of the business from a cost efficiency drive perspective. We started a program internally last year, driven and fully run by our own staff, pulled from parts of the business to focus on efficiencies in terms of revenue growth, looking for new avenues for revenue, the utilization of byproducts at the commercial scale. This is something that has been on the cards for a while, and we are now at the point where the utilization of ash and gypsum in a commercial mode is now getting a lot more attention. As customers continue to be self-reliant, there's an opportunity here that comes with international sales, and we've seen an increasing component of it in the financials that will show, or we have shown for the first 6 months, that will show for the full year. Again, the focus on the reduction of energy losses, we've seen those numbers, 17 billion rands. You know, any cent that you recover from there goes straight to your bottom line. So we've created attention in the distribution business on energy reduction. And yesterday we were out in the Northwest with our teams, really drilling this down for them to understand why we have to embark on these campaigns throughout the country. The second leg of the 6 deals with reducing procurement-related costs across the rest of our business. This entails both ways of not allowing competitive bidding as we do it now to pile up costs on us as an SOE, and so the use of the National Treasury databases, given the negotiating power at the level of the spend that the National Treasury has, represents opportunities for us, and we are now using that CMD. Fuel oil reduction in the primary energy space together with coal represents some of the big banks, and I've already indicated that in the year under review or the half year under review we also saw 7% reduction in primary energy in rand terms. That translates to significant numbers. The team is also looking at the cost to serve. This is mostly in our distribution business, the customer-facing business, and hence our engagement with NERSA for a price-reflective approach when it comes to serving various categories of customers, given the changes that are happening in the industry. The last 2 deals with maintenance improvements and looking for opportunities to have others deal with aspects that are too complex for us than ourselves. Warehousing is a big issue in our business, and there's a lot of savings that could come there from just the utilization of technology compared to where we are, and our IT teams are rolling out warehousing solutions that give us much more better efficiencies in the space. So we're doubling up on this, Chair. Given the MYPD 6 decision, we've had to re-baseline and focus for better targets in the space. We have to live within the means that are on us, and so we'll be getting additional help in driving this program and changing the culture within the business. Chair, this is where the presentation ends, and I would like to hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Eskom team. So I am mindful of the fact that we've been going on an hour and a half. So let's take a quick body break. Let's say 10 minutes. We come back here at, it's 13 minutes actually. We come back here at 20 to 4, if that's okay. Let's just do a leg stretch. I'll ask the colleagues to switch on the aircon here. It's getting a bit hot, but it gets too cold once you switch it on. So we'll switch it on for some time. Thank you. Honourable members, Honourable Deputy Minister, Chair and Eskom colleagues, let us restart. So we're sharing our work as a committee, so depending on who's here, some of the members take the lead in asking questions. So Honourable Neil May, who's sitting over there, you've met him on oversight, is going to get us started. I just wanted to say, Mr. Kasim, when you were describing your financial problems in 2016, 2017, I thought to myself that what you're trying to tell us is that you are avoiding phone calls. You are avoiding numbers you don't know. In case it's someone wanting their money from Eskom. That's what it sounded like. You didn't socialize anymore. In case you bump into a creditor. Okay, thank you very much. Honourable Neil May, over to you. We are timing you, but I will let you know.
No, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honourable Minister, CEO, your team that is here present, to my colleagues, chairperson and my colleagues. I'm just going to make just a quick little intro, because only 2 weeks ago, the SIU came and presented to us, and it gave us a bird's eye view of revelations of systematic manipulation of procurement processes, after-hours transactions designed to evade oversight on a staggering of financial impropriety, which is deeply disturbing to us. And I'm very happy that you mentioned that in your opening remarks, and the CEO, that you are actually going to be doing something with regards to that, because it is disturbing to know that there is a culture of malfeasance of front-line employees, senior managers, including their family members, making it a sophisticated network of milking the state. And I think that is the elephant in the room. If you get that right, we'll actually be able to make profits and actually get going with service delivery. The other, Honourable Deputy Minister, Eskom has continued to submit financial statements which contained misstatements in multiple account balances and disclosures with significant internal control deficiencies that resulted in negative audit outcomes for basically looking at the previous 8 years. None of those findings have been addressed coming through the past 5 years. What we would like to know is, does Eskom have an audit action plan in place to address audit findings and implement recommendations made? If so, who oversees the implementation thereof? The next question, because I'm going to group them so that we can take them through. What is the role and purpose of the Audit Risk Committee, given that it has failed to address the repeated audit findings for 8 consecutive years? What is the board's opinion on the effectiveness and competence of the Audit Risk Committee? I think those are the most important ones with regards to the audit. I'm quickly just going to add to that, because one of the most important things is obviously the irregular expenditure, which incurred in the 23-24 financial year. And that relates to existing multi-year contracts. What is the breakdown of these prior year contracts amounting to 2.7 billion irregular expenditure? And are all Eskom employees in supply chain management vetted? I think in the SIU report that it showed clearly the elephant in the room is in your supply chain management. What are the challenges with implementing controls around the removal process for uncondoned irregular expenditure? I mean, these controls are important to minimize the continued impact of historical matters on the cumulative irregular expenditure balance. I think so. These are some of the questions that we as the SCOPA would like to give to you. My last question, and I'm landing because I know I only have a short time. And the Accounting Authority introduced a loss control function in 2021, and that was to reduce the occurrence of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, as well as oversee consequence management, including disciplinary actions, condemnations, and recovery of losses. So the external auditors found that management did not adequately implement the continuous review and monitoring controls related to self-assessment for supply chain management, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, nor did they implement the mechanism of effective collaboration between internal audit and forensics. So we want you to tell us a little bit about, you're saying you've turned around, you have a turnaround plan. Have you taken into account all these aspects, because they keep recurring all the time? And why has the Accounting Authority failed to monitor or hold management accountable? I think that was one of the questions we had in our mind. And since the establishment, what has the effectiveness of the loss control function? So I'm landing, and I think that is where I am. Thank you so much, Chair.
Please go ahead with an answer.
Okay, so what we will do is to ask different members of the team to address some of these questions. Can we just go to maybe at a higher level, first of all, the misstatements? Can I ask Caleb to address that one, please?
Thanks, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I think we also have to appreciate that Eskom is a complex business. The amount of transactions and the financial complexities in concluding our audit. You know, the financial year end is March. Our systems, by the time it closes, will only close towards the end of April. And when it's year end, we do a number of further runs. So for us, in terms of National Treasury requirements, to produce financials at the end of March with all the necessary disclosures, with any other adjustments within that short period close of 2 months after the year end is extremely difficult for Eskom. Yes, we will strive to improve and reduce the amount of adjustments, but the Eskom audit is complicated. There are a lot of technical components, especially when it comes to our treasury environment, unlike any other departments or state-owned utilities. So I think, Chair, there's a lot of improvement we can do in closing the gap, but I think it's very difficult for me to sit here and say that at the end of May, we'll be able to produce a group set of financials that is free of any further adjustments which may be significant to our financials. We're working on that, and that is why, as the CE has said, we've got the support to capacitate our accounting environment and internal audit, but it is a quick turnaround time, taking into account the year end. Thanks.
Sorry, I just want to get an idea of the timelines again. So your financial year end is the 31st of March, right? Then just take us through. I'll pause the time, Honourable Neil May, so that I don't eat into your time. I'm just seeking clarification here so that we're all on the same page. So, sorry, Chair, your mic is on, so it affects the sound. Thank you. So you close your books at the end of March. And then you said it's a 60-day sprint?
So obviously the year end comes at the end of March, right? By the time we run all our systems, etc., across the group, we effectively would get to numbers on a monthly basis by the 20th of the month. That's in a normal month. Obviously, with year end, there's many other further adjustments that would be required. So Chair, what we're saying, by the time you get to end of April, you've basically got a first set of numbers to look at for year end. That's looking at March. Then we go to the process of additional and then preparing financials and disclosure, etc. Now, if you look at the extensive nature of Eskom's disclosures in terms of its financials that is required, also appreciating based on where we are financially and depending on where the regulator's decision is or debt relief, to assess going concern for Eskom as an example is a significant exercise, one for us as management to put in front of the board, for the board to support it, and then the auditors to assess that. Secondly, to do impairment testing for Eskom when you look forward into what are the future revenues, taking into account the uncertainty around the municipal challenges. Just to conclude, and the models that go into our impairment testing is significant. Then you've seen the challenges we've had in terms of inventories and warehouses, and that's why the importance of technology. So just to get as some examples, just to that, to be able to produce the consolidated and complete set of financials, taking into account you still got governance committees that you would have to follow to meet that requirement of the 31st of May submitted to National Treasury. Then what happens effectively, Chair, we take the results that we have at the end of April, which is effectively a management accounting view. We populate as much as possible in terms of a complete set of financials, and we submit it to the National Treasury, but it's always accompanied with, we know there's still going to be significant work that needs to conclude. And that's why you see it does take us a while to conclude our set of financials. So I'm just highlighting that, Chairperson. Obviously, in the last year, it was also a further challenge was the whole separation and introducing NTCSA. That is something we've done for the first time. So that came with its own challenges, but it is a complicated set of financials to close off. And if you're going to go through governance and have it signed off and complete within 2 months, it's effectively almost impossible to achieve within that 2-month window.
Honorable Neil May, sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, no, I listened very carefully to saying that obviously it is quite a huge, it's rather encompassing to actually get your financials to that point. The challenge I want you to know is the capacity. Do you have the capacity within your finance department to actually perform? Because if for the past 5 years, let's say 5 years, there have been these challenges, and there's repeat challenges, you know, it's the same thing that can be addressed. I think that is something that we want to know, is the capacity. You have many people doing many things, and the capacity of your audit committee and audit risk, that was what I wanted to know. Coming back to my last, where I want to speak to, something that I wanted to speak about is that the external auditors found that there was inadequate action taken against those who contravene supply chain management prescripts, okay? And I think in all your findings, it has come to supply chain management. And, you know, that is an area. Do you have an ethics committee in Eskom? Because you have former heads supplying equipment to Eskom, okay? So therefore, if you had an ethics committee in Eskom, one would be able to look at those kind of instances. You have officials that have now left Eskom that are now your service providers, okay? So therefore, one would have to look at how do you manage that? And then with regards to lifestyle audits, how far are you with your lifestyle audits in looking at your from management? One hears that officials are given vehicles and money doesn't go through the bank. I'm just using that as an example. You said that you have a forensic department in CEO in your submission. Are you getting on top of the corruption, the systematic culture of corruption in your institution, not only at the high level, but taking it down? Thank you.
Okay, it's going to be a number of my colleagues who will be answering these questions. So I'm going to start with this one of the audit action plan. You had a very specific question. Do we have an audit action plan? Who oversees that? Can you handle that, Dan?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair of the committee.
Sorry, Chair keeps forgetting his mic.
Yeah. Chair, coming out of the last audit, which was really a lot of blood all over it, the Audit and Risk Committee of the board has instructed management to put together an audit recovery plan that trails the action items in the space. It covers in the procurement space, in the finance space, and also in the IT, OT systems. My colleagues are here sitting behind me and they run different aspects of it. They'll monitor this on a quarterly basis. It will be a standing item. This is what this committee of the board that came in 2 years ago has now put into place. There was a question also, Chair, if I may go ahead and deal with the aspect of the vetting of staff. As indicated, the NEDs are vetted, the executives are vetted, senior executives are vetted, and we've now also focused in areas that are critical in the business, procurement being one of those, and the forensics and investigations aspects also being one of those. Ms. Tembela, sitting behind me, joined us in September last year. She set up capabilities within the business to do some level of vetting as well, whilst we're working with the authorities outside to finish it off. It's something that we're rolling out quite intensely at the moment. Chair, the results from the SIU also needs to be seen within context. They cover quite a number of transgressions over a longer period of time. And admittedly, some of the action items emanating from there were not followed through to the latter within the organization. What is pleasing to know is that we have, as I said, we have a very structured engagement with the SIU. The SIU rep is here sitting behind me as well. And we are able to get follow-ups on what's been outstanding over time. For instance, there would have been cases of transgressions with regards to declaration of interest, which cases the SIU may not have received the full update in terms of whether the company has taken action or not. We look at those, we say this comes from 2019, 2020, nothing was done about it. We go back into the organization and drive for the conclusion of those, and we close the loop back with them. So there is that aspect happening. There's also, Chair, complexity in some cases, I must admit, where the nature of transgressions, as brought to attention by SIU, made it such that the company policies were not quite explicit in terms of, what level of declarations, for instance, needed to have taken place at various, depending on the seniority of staff. So we found gaps in our policies, we fix our policies. We have taken through to the board a revised a declaration of interest, conflict of interest policy to make sure that we close interpretation gaps or gaps that we have picked up in some of these investigations as well. And based on those, the extent of and the intensity of the offense is really what guides the kind of sanctions that are going through. So we're fixing gaps in policy to remove ambiguity. At the same time, we're looking back at some of the backlog that should have been acted on stuff that's still available in the business. Loss control is a business unit that we have. It reports into legal. It reports into Jerome, who's also here. And it is working, Chair, on dealing with the backlog. So our focus is making sure that going forward we avoid findings of that nature, but we're also working on how do we remove some of the cases that are sitting there as found by the auditors, and they do require investigations. So they go back, look at what transpired here, take action where appropriate, and then do the motivations for those particular cases to be taken off from the list. It's a process that we have to, eat into as we conclude the investigations and finding what really transpired. And some of these matters go back 8 years and 10 years back. The auditors found that not enough or adequate action is taken against those who contravene supply chain rules, because we are sitting with a pile of findings and not going through the actions immediately. So what the team in the group security and investigation is really focusing on is dealing with this backlog. It's a very focused team. It's got case presenters that work with the various agencies. I'll give you an example. Some of the files we received from the SIU are so comprehensive that we are able to initiate interventions and even defend challenges that come in court, that come in the court processes by the staff that we take through them. But we have to follow that process and peel away at this level. For now, Chair, it may look like the winnings are not that great, but we are very comfortable that we'll clear this backlog in the next 6 to 12 months with additional support that we have.
Thank you, Dan. So there was another question, which, what is the board's opinion of the Audit and Risk Committee? I think for me to answer that question, I have to go a little bit back. When we were appointed to this board 2 years ago, what we found was that we had a board that was highly undercapacitated, the board before us. It had many, many vacancies, and you ended up with a board that could not really perform its duties because it, of course, lacked the members to be able to do that. So that's what we found. But right now, we've got a fully capacitated Audit and Risk Committee led by a highly competent Audit and Risk Committee chair, who one of the first things that she was able to do when we arrived, we found that the financial statements had not been published for a very long time. Our big focus was to make sure that we complete those financial statements in that year, and we were able to publish those financial statements in December, and this board was appointed only in October. So that is the kind of drive that this team was able to do, working together with Deloitte, who are our external auditors. So what is my point? My point is really we've got a very, very strong Audit and Risk Committee. But that committee on its own, you can provide whatever oversight you can, but you also need to have capability on the other side when it comes to management to drive and execute some of the actions. So what we have found, which is one of the priorities that we have asked them to do, was to make sure that we have leaders in the business, not just him, not just the CFO, leaders, strong leaders in the business that can help drive these actions. And over the last, I would say, maybe 3 or 4 months, we have onboarded a significant number of new leaders in the business that are bringing the kind of skills that we need, that have got a demonstrated track record of driving accountability. Because our problems are really, you need to be looking at them from different angles. So you need not just the finance angle, you need the IT angle, you need the security angle, you need the internal audit angle. So all of those functions need to be strong. And that is the priority that the CEO has decided to focus on, bringing and strengthening his leadership team so that all of them can be able to drive this. So we've got a strong Audit and Risk Committee, and right now we've got also a very, very strong leadership team that is leading by example, that is setting the right tone from the top. If I can just answer another question, I ask the chair of SES to answer the question, do we have an ethics committee? We've got Mr. Nchali, who will be able to answer that question. Thank you.
Indeed, through you, Chair, we do have. The point that is being made by the chairperson is that committee alone, without having the capacity down there, you may get something, you'll end up acting like your external auditors, that you see some problems, but they are not resolved and you don't have the capacity to turn things around quicker to be able to make those particular follow-up. So that's a challenge that at the board level, we have all the things that you need. But the challenge and the identification is that unless you go deep down to look to the persons, the home bodies, the people that exist there, and be able to motivate them in a manner that they are able to be like their own ethical person monitoring and be able to report some of those things. Because when you get this report and the problems that are identified by external auditors are not new, are not something that came by surprise, are something that you know as you move it on, and you are able to try to call for consequence management. But the turnaround time in terms of getting the right people doing the right work, that's where our challenges is.
Chair, there was a question relating to the effectiveness of the Audit and Risk Committee. I just needed to also point out that because of the workload and the intensity of focus of that committee, we have just taken a decision at board level recently to essentially split the Audit and the Risk Committee so that they can have capacity and more focus into supporting the business. This also stems from the learnings as we reflect on the last year itself. So there's more focus between the two committees going forth that will come in.
Okay, I think the other point that I would like then to handle is the capacity of the finance organization. What is your view?
In our presentation from December, when reflecting on the 2023-2024 audit outcomes, we identified that the need to have very strong resourcing within the finance space. We said we need to beef up on our technical accounting because we found that in the audit period, the back and forths between ourselves and the external auditors was just not acceptable. Equally so, in the various streams within the business, the level of work done there can benefit from additional resourcing in the finance aspects. So when you look at the results, you can immediately ask to what extent our resources consumerate with the work volumes that Caleb was raising. And we have now taken through the audit committee, it was Audit and Risk Committee, late in Jan, a structure that needs to talk to mapping those closing those gaps, and we are implementing the structure as we go. Some of these things, Chair, to be quite honest, are a result of the many years of the painful history of the organization. Some of the skills, you can't retain them. They're very fluid, they're highly marketable out there. If you're not going to be competitive in terms of what you're paying them, or if you're not going to be competitive in terms of the value proposition and the ethics of the entity that they are working for, they move. So we're finding that we've lost skills, key skills as a result of a combination of this, and we're having to go back and attract talent back into the business, specifically in these areas. And that's why our focus is. Chair, one of the things that we also did last year was to spend the whole calendar year in an audit mode. We released our results on the 19th of December. Naturally, the next audit starts around now. We've not had time to do the interventions of the gaps that we're seeing. We can tell you what the auditors will find if they walk in tomorrow. And so we are engaging, knowing what exactly we need to do. We're engaging to say, can we have a window to do the following so that we can actually close those gaps and get us incrementally moving towards audits that shows and audit outcomes that shows progress and the results of the work that management is doing in the space. So we are extremely busy now preparing for that audit. One, fixing the controls internally and laying the foundation for the new way of doing things going forward. So when the auditors come, they're not going to be running around looking for information that we should be having at our fingertips. But we, from a management point of view, will have that information so that we can manage the business better on a continuous aspects. And that's what my colleagues and team are really focusing on. So we do take this audit findings as very serious and a platform for us to create the same agency that we have delivered in the other parts of our operations in the business. Thanks, sir.
Through you, Chair, two more inputs. One, I'm going to ask the head of our group investigation and security function to just give some comments around consequence management, some of the actions that this particular function is driving on behalf of DEN. So that's one. And also, I'm going to ask Len de Villiers, who is our Chief Technology and Information Officer, to talk to us about the strengthening of internal controls.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So in the technology department, we are introducing some additional systems, monitoring systems, that will produce us audit dashboard reporting that tracks every audit finding and allocate that finding to a particular individual by name, not position. And that audit finding and that person that has been allocated to the finding are then required to report monthly on the progress that they've made and the committed deadline for closure of that specific audit finding. We also emphasize the fact that audit remediation is as important as their performance reviews at the end of the year. We align that to their performance reviews in their KPIs, and we hold them very, very stringently accountable on the audit side for remediation and the relevant consequence management that is associated with that finding. The audit dashboards are then compiled, and we intend to submit that to the risk and audit committees as the GCE has reported now the split, and those dashboards on audits will be a standing item on the audit committee's agenda going forward. So the severity of that is very high. The accountability is absolutely clear, and we track it, as I say, in dashboards with RAG status. We've also introduced some audit systems, which we are further refining and making sure that there's audit registers that's being maintained and propagated across the organization to make sure that nothing falls through the cracks going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Len. Through you, Chair, Tembela.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on the issue of consequence management, I think the CEO did indicate that we follow a two-pronged approach when we deal with this one, and especially when it comes to cases that are coming through from our forensics department, as well as cases that are referred to us by the Special Investigation Unit. So we follow the approach of looking at the employees that are implicated, and then we look at the suppliers that are implicated. And Chair, I must just say that quite a lot of work has been done on employees that are implicated. A several number of employees have been relieved of their functions in the organizations. Suppliers, I think earlier on we indicated about 58 suppliers that had gone through a disciplinary process and got clear sanctions of being blocked in our system from our forensics investigations, and then 45 companies that were coming, or suppliers that were coming through from the Special Investigation Unit, also blocked on our system. And the idea really is to demonstrate that if you are caught doing something wrong, the organization, there are consequences that you are going to go through. So we focus on both the employees and we focus on the suppliers. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Honorable Nilmay. I'll start here because the Honorable Skosana is battling flu, so I want him to have the flexibility to go if he has to.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and all protocol observed. I'm sorry that I'm not well today, but I'll quasi a bit, Chair. Not literally. Yeah, just because, you know, this room has caused me problems. The flu is, yeah. But be that as it may, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We've met with the executive at Eskom Park head office after we visited Midupi, which we've raised concern, and I will share the slides through today. One is that the public Scopa in the last administration were given an incorrect financial statement. I hope that that has been corrected. And unfortunately, this board, which is with us today, and most of the members of the executive, I knew, and it would be very unfair for me to blame them, you know, of what happened exactly at Eskom in the past few years. But indeed, Kasim, because he's here, he's been an acting a CEO as well, a group acting CEO. He's been the CEO for a number of years now. I think he's got the intellectual property of Eskom. He knows Eskom like nobody's business. So most of the things will be directed to you from me. But this board has performed well, Chair, I must say. You know, that under the circumstances, it's for the first time today I'm saying that in a Scopa. You know, I normally don't say those are accolades, you know. But let me ask quickly, I'll ask this question and I'll listen outside the answers anyway. Komati has closed down an almost 2,000 mega watts at Komati under Andre Rater, who left after 3 years. He totally destroyed Eskom. Under just that transition arrangement, in 3 years' time, Eskom was in fact, I don't have an adjective, you know. They were replaced with the hydrogen under a wealth scheme. Do you believe that Eskom took a correct strategic decision at that point in time? What has happened to the people who employed at that power plant? Will hydrogen provide adequate energy to the grid? And what point, given that power generation sometimes comes under pressure, at what point? Climate change has, over the past 3 weeks, reared its ugly head across the country. Do you believe that solar and wind can replace coal as a base load forward? Moving forward, can really solar and hydrogen and wind able to provide South African citizens with stability when it comes to electricity? What should we tell people of Mpumalanga about Eskom capacity to use coal to power its station going forward? I know there was a debate that some European countries say we must replace, you know, this power station because of emissions and all the stories, you know. There are currently too many trucks on the Mpumalanga roads, which is causing accidents as well as potholes on the road infrastructure. Do we have a creative ways to source coal for Eskom power station through the railway line or through the conveyor belt? I must ask this. As I said, that there's municipalities which are battling to pay their debt. What is the plan when it comes to that? Because you've been saying this thing for many years that most of the municipalities are unable to pay their debt. Let me ask this again. because as I said, you know, we can't blame you. And in fact, Chair, I was not even aware that we've got a deputy minister, you know, in the Department of Electricity, which was created not long ago. Yes, I only knew now when you know. Yeah.
Wake up.
No. It's not only her and other deputy ministers, but that's another story for another day, that we must get rid of deputy ministers. Thank you. But no, not you. The issue of municipal debt has to be addressed because most of our people are not working. And indeed, some wants to pay the debt, but unfortunately, as you know, our social issues, some people can't afford to pay. When can the entity provide us with a true reflection of its irregular expenditure, as it stated that the figures presented were not accurate at that time? I think you'll be able to respond on that. My last two questions, Chair. It is said that Eskom will continue to incur cost billion of rand for irregular expenditure due to multi-year contracts that will either have to be condoned or until such time the contract expired. We've raised that when we were visiting you at Eskom Park. I hope today we'll have the answers. Now it's perplexing because how does Eskom, against the background of its challenges, find itself in a position where they are practically forced to continue doing business with companies that have transgressed the very same contract they have with Eskom? One, the ABB. We went to Medupa, we found a generator with ABB signs, and we asked about that. Chair, I think you remember that, and the members will still remember that. I think the issue of Tilot and Torch and the issue of ABB, we can't have ABB for forever and saying that if they are not in, we're going to collapse the whole country because of them. Otherwise, they are going to hold us at ransom. We need to think about this. And my last question then, Chair. In the Zondo Commission, if you remember well, because the State Capture Commission still comes up here. And for me, because there was a challenge on that, you know, and the Secretary General of the ANC mentioned something about Zondo, Commission. I'm not going to mention that, but he said anyone who wants to go gossip will go there and do whatever he said. Most of you understand that. In the Zondo Commission, the Part 4, Volume 3, Paragraph 1874, it says, President Ramaphosa testified that the Cabinet of South Africa decided to terminate Marcela Koko. He was dismissed because of irregular expenditure of 3 billion rand, that the domestic and international lenders are unhappy about Eskom at that time, so we can't lend. Today, the irregular expenditure was 4.7 billion. I'm not talking about the new executive. Between the 23, 2024, the previous one, what is the consequence management? What was done to those people where they were expelled from Eskom? Secondly, the AP has confessed of bribing Eskom officials, you know that, to procure Eskom contracts. It is not good enough to argue that the relevant contracts have been taken to court for judicial review. But if they can buy, if they can hold Eskom at ransom, I don't think it's correct. We are not setting a good example. And why are they not blacklisted? Because we are talking about blacklisting companies, but when it comes to these two, I've mentioned two, there's many of them, Tilot and Torch and ABB, why are they not blacklisted? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skosan. Honorable Person, let me give you a chance as well, because I just want us to manage our time to ask your questions.
I don't think he has much to say.
I'll go.
Leave Honorable Paulson alone. He's visited us in this committee. Be nice.
This man that is trying to attack me is in a party that supports Zionism. So I don't even think...
I thought you were going to say he supports pirates, but...
No, it doesn't. That would have been good. But anyway, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much.
There's a hand, sorry.
Confused about the procedure. Are you going around? Because you sent a memo out, we were going to ask questions for certain sections. So has that been...
Yeah, but no, Chair, I'm started already. You can go next. He's in a hurry. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Nyati, Mr. Murakani, and Mr. Kasim. Chair, I think the Honourable Skosana touched on it a bit. ABB has got 30 contracts to the value of 200 billion rand. And they were involved in state capture. They were fined 2.5 billion rand in 2022. There were 15 DC referrals, 163 NPA referrals. SAP as well. They have contracts to the value of 1.2 billion rand, including VAT. They were ordered to repay an amount of 570 million rand back to Eskom. With regards to those SAP contracts, there were 13 NPA referrals for criminal prosecution. To date, the SIU has engaged Eskom on imaging laptops, 530 laptops in total. Then there's McKinsey. They were ordered to pay back 1.1 billion for its role in state capture. And these are all companies that still do business with Eskom. But you know, despite all of that, I mean, it's they are the big crooks. The ones inside of Eskom are the small crooks. But I want to get to the small contractors that have these 1 million rand contracts, let's say cleaning contract or catering contract, chairperson. And if they must find out that I gave, as a caterer, I gave Mr. Kassem maybe 10,000 to give me that contract. I'm blacklisted and I'm small. But these big crooks, the likes of ABB, SAP, McKinsey, multinationals, were involved in large-scale corruption, state capture. Nothing happens to them. The contract stays intact. And SAP, there are several other options, probably even better. In fact, the chairperson, 20 years ago, let me see how old is my son, is 22. 23 years ago, I managed a SAP environment. Horrible IT system. I would rather go for Oracle PeopleSoft, far better. So you cancel this, but what is amazing, SAP doesn't deal directly, so they would use like maybe intermediary like EPUs, for example, that goes and does the implementation. SAP doesn't do the implementations himself, right? So they would use a. So I want to know, what is the intermediary between SAP and Eskom? That's important. But if it's directly with SAP, we've got every reason to cancel this and move to someone. These are corrupt people. Are multinationals untouchable when it comes to corruption? SAP, ABB, McKinsey. So I know that ABB, they original equipment manufacturers. But you know what? You can gradually replace those generators built by ABB. Can get Hitachi or something else. We don't have to deal with corrupt organizations, even if they are multinationals. Treat them like you treat the small guy that's so desperate to pay 10,000 rand to get a 1 million rand contract for cleaning or catering. But the big guys can get away. I suppose if you're still big, it's okay. If you're still small, you know, it's wrong, whether it's big or small. And then, you know, so you're giving municipalities an opportunity. If they are debt-free for, let's say, 3 years, the debt gets written off, right? But, you know, you mentioned, I think, Kwakwa, Maluti, Apofung. So there's no metering system there, and they owe you a lot of money. So they're never going to be able to get debt-free. How are they going to collect that money? So what are you doing to assist them to get in meters I know you're in Kailicha, for example, you don't go, Eskom doesn't go install meters, they're scared to go in there for some other reason. So what are you doing to install metering systems in those municipalities that have huge debts for mainly that reason? There's no way of metering, and there's no way, I mean, I know your units are expensive, and we don't get any free units. You should give free units to everyone in the country, and those indigent ones.
Honorable Paulson,
get 200 units.
Yeah.
Last question. Last question.
Also, I was going to say your mic is a bit far from you.
Okay.
But ask your last question.
Okay. So, one of the things that happened in Eskom is that your electricity voucher system, there was no controls there. People were issuing free vouchers, you know, stealing. You can still buy on X, formerly Twitter, like 1,000 Rand for like 500 units. Seriously, because you have a voucher system that's just, there's no security. People can steal there, you're not going to know who issued that voucher. So, and really, I'm hoping that you close it up. It's a serious problem. I can phone someone and he can give me free units to punch in. That's how bad it is. Okay, I won't phone them. No, I don't. You must close up the system. You see, this is again, you're going after the small guy, not going after the big guy. You must go for big guys. You mustn't be scared. If you have a problem, you must let us know. We'll help. We like dealing with big problems. Okay, so, and here's my very last question, Chair. You know, so we do have emission problems, right? And especially in Mpumalanga, it's unbearable, really. I mean, I live in the coast. If I go internally, and it's really a problem. So I wanted to know, and we've got very good entities under electricity and energy, say an EDI, that does a lot of research. Why are we not looking at carbon capture and storage, for example, to reduce the emissions and reduce the unpleasant environment, especially around coal-fired power stations? No, the technology exists. In fact, if one looks at Europe, and the reason why they are now revitalizing their old coal power stations is because there's technology to reduce the carbon emissions into the atmosphere. So why aren't we doing it as well? Thank you very much, Chair. That's my last question.
Yeah, that was your last. Thank you. So can we please go through those questions in short order, and then we'll. I disregarded my own schedule here. Then we'll go to Honourable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. So let me start by inviting Becky, who can address a number of things. The Komati issue, Becky. You can also address the Mpumalanga question, and also this last point around clean or the emissions and carbon capture. So if you can address those, or of course, and also the OEMs. ABB,
yeah. Okay.
Your friend.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Board Chair. Yeah, Chair, starting with the Komati question, I think we as Eskom, we have acknowledged that the way Komati was closed, it created a lot of socio-economic issues within the Mpumalanga region, especially the people who were subcontracting or those who were benefiting from the stations itself, because it's a 1,000 megawatt plant. It's quite a sizable plant. So but also as Eskom, because when Komati was coming down, we were also ramping up stations like Kusile. So most of the employees that were there, either some on the permanent contractors, we managed to absorb them into other operations, but the bigger impact was on the people who were subcontractors, cleaning, and all of those people that could not be taken into that. So as part of the Just Energy Transition now that has been approved by the board, there's quite a number of projects that we are embarking on within, not only at Komati, but across all our sites in Mpumalanga that are not only limited to solar and wind, but it also involves other technologies as well that are currently available in the market and other scales. So we are working together with the government and also the government of Mpumalanga to test that, just that it's lagging behind because the station has been shut down and then the impact was quite huge. So I'm hoping that, Chair, because one of the things that we are putting in on the next IRP as well is to also to deal with the closure of station to see how do we use technologies that are not only intermittent, like base load. There is a huge growth in the small nuclear reactors, for an example, so which we believe that those will create sustainable job, and then they will also deal with the issue of intermittent of wind and sun when it's not there. So there is quite a number of technologies that we are looking at, which we believe in the long term, they will sort of create more economic activities within the Mpumalanga province. The other point, Chair, that was raised was with regard of the trucks in Mpumalanga, which we fully agree. Chair, I'm quite happy that about 2 weeks ago, you know that our bigger station that uses coal is Majuba in Volkras, and then the second one is Kusile itself, and the SCOPA members will recall that that was one of the issues they've raised with us. So at Majuba, we have managed last week now, together with now Transnet, to test the first train from that joins the MLO site and those mining areas there to Majuba power station to supplement the Standerton Perdekop line. So that line at Majuba is now live, so we are now working with Transnet to test it with the train. So that will assist us to really alleviate the number of trucks that is going to Majuba. Again, at Kusile, you recall that when the SCOPA was at Kusile last year or year before, there was a lot of trucks there as well. So we have worked, we did say that we are working with the Enka mine there to create a conveyor belt. Before beginning of December, Chair, we started to test coal from that belt. So we are starting now to get more coal coming on the truck as well. Unfortunately, the mine at Kusile is not big enough to cover the burn of Kusile as we are bringing this big unit. So, but at least with that conveyor coming in from the nearby mine now, it will reduce the number of trucks and the impacts that the trucks are having on the roads. Chair, the last point I need to touch on is the issue of what we call CCU, the carbon capture. We are working with the government, indeed, within Eskom research and also the DMRE, leading that research within the Leandra area around Delmas in Mpumalanga. So there is projects that are being considered there. And our team are also, research team are working with some international companies as well to look at the cleaner technologies as well, not only in the carbon capture. We are installing, as part of our emission commitment, we are installing a variety of projects to reduce emissions within the Mpumalanga power stations as well. So that is part of our commitment. Hence, when the CEO was talking earlier on that our outages are taking much longer now because we are like implementing these newer technologies. And I think from the group CEO and also the chair, we will also ask to continue to look at this newer technology. So together with our research team, we will soon be coming to board as well to see how do we come with these cleaner technologies on the coal side as well. So it's part of our portfolio, Chair, here. I think the issue on the APP, I will leave that one to Jerome. Thanks, Chair.
Through you, Chair, I'll ask Jerome to handle all of the supplier-related issues. That's ABB, SAP, McKinsey, etc. Deloitte.
Chair, if I may start with Mackenzie. Chair, we're not doing business with Mackenzie. So it is incorrect to suggest that we are still doing business with Mackenzie, not anymore. So with regards to ABB, the members may recall that we entered into a settlement agreement with ABB whereby they paid us about 1.4 billion. And part of the settlement agreement entailed that ABB would complete the work that was not completed at the time we entered into a settlement agreement. So again, on ABB, we are also not doing, they are not doing any new business with Eskom other than completing the work that they were doing in terms of the settlement agreement. With regards to Deloitte, just to correct again a misconception there, the entity that is listed in the Zondo report is Deloitte Consulting, which is a separate legal entity but wholly owned by Deloitte, the group. So we are not doing business with Deloitte Consulting, and the GCE did indicate earlier on that we have suppliers in our midst that we are going to be taking them through the supplier review, and the plan is to wrap up the process in the next 6 months or so. So Deloitte Consulting is just but one of the suppliers again that will be subjected to that process, but as of now, we are not doing business with Deloitte Consulting. So there is an issue with SEP. I think the members need to acknowledge that we have a difficult situation as an organization, that there are suppliers that it's difficult to wish them away because of the nature of the business that they are rendering to Eskom. For example, SEP is very integral in our system as Eskom as a whole. So an assessment was done to see whether we can wish away SEP immediately. It's not possible at this point in time, but members also need to recall that we did enter into a settlement agreement with SEP whereby they paid us just over 500 million, you know. So that is a very significant step in terms of dealing with suppliers that are found to have violated our ethics as well as our integrity pact. But of course, the SEP issue is an issue that if we want to phase them out of our organization, it's a matter that will take time to do, because all our systems are we use SEP. I mean, it's going to actually collapse the business if we shut SEP tomorrow. So it's going to take time to actually phase them out. But I think it is important to emphasize that Eskom has done quite a great job in terms of at least recovering the monies that were spent on SEP as part of the recovery of the funds that were from the suppliers that are linked in the Zondo report. ABB, yeah, I think I've dealt with ABB. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerome. There was another question. Who is the intermediary between SAP and Eskom? That was a specific question. I don't know whether I think I should ask Len.
Chair, thank you, Chair. So Eskom uses their own internal, what we refer to as a Centre of Excellence, a SAP Centre of Excellence. We do not use external parties to implement, deploy and support SAP. This SAP COE was voted the top COE in Africa last year. So the skills to support SAP is definitely in-house available. And just on the comparison of the honourable member who referred to SAP versus Oracle and Oracle versus SAP. So what's happening worldwide is many companies are moving from SAP to Oracle, and as many companies move from Oracle to SAP. And both experiences from either organization ends up with no additional benefit, but just significant costs and disappointments and delays. So we are considering how we strengthen the SAP instance, and we have got a program to prevent any customization of the system, which is something which the world has learned not to do, and we're undoing any customization to ensure that the support and the upgrades going forward is proper and best practice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Len. One more, I'm going to ask Monde to deal with the municipalities. What are we doing to assist the municipalities to install meters? So that's one. Then the other one, Monde, is on the OVS systems. What are we doing to make sure that the voucher system is secure?
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I thought that the chair of this committee articulated our submission very well, but I will try again.
Oh, I think Honorable Skasana may have stepped up at the time. So if out at the time, because we dealt with it extensively, the municipal solution.
Chair, it's from Honorable Paulson.
Or was it from Honorable
Yeah,
Paulson?
In terms of, yeah. Yes.
Oh, the meter. No, but there was also a question about what are you doing about municipalities. That was dealt with extensively. Yeah, so let's deal with the metering.
So again, I think let me just repeat. So when we go into this agency agreement with a particular municipality, and I will use again Maluti Apofong, the first thing that we do a quick diagnostic in terms of what is the status of their infrastructure, what is the status of their metering, why are they unable to bill and to collect. In Maluti Apofong, what we found is that there were no meters. We are installing those meters for Maluti Apofong, and then we are collecting for Maluti Apofong. So that is part of the service offerings that we are offering for municipalities by way of support. Yes, it does require that there is an agency agreement with the particular municipality. So at this point in time, it's voluntary. In the case of Maluti, it was an order of the court. In the case of Mfulen, it's an order of the court. In some municipalities, it's actually a relationship that we're establishing with the particular municipality. We possibly need to get to a stage whereby we need to say municipalities in this category needs to go into this arrangement. So it's the one thing that you do. You raise an issue about the indigent households. We've addressed that issue again when we talked about the free basic electricity in terms of the quantum and the administration thereof. Our view is that this is an opportunity that we really need to make use of, so that those households that cannot afford, that they are assisted, but equally so those that can, they should pay, because right now everybody's hiding behind the poor, even though some can pay. We also got even some of the government officials that are falling in this category of people that can pay. So yes, we have those situations. We're dealing with those. But yeah, I think we do believe that we require a structural sort of solution to deal with the issue of the vending system. Our vending system is quite old. It's archaic. We implemented it from about 2008. It has lived past its sell-by date. We are in the process of replacing the entire system. We've started that process. We're hoping that within the next 18 to 24 months, we'll have a new system that is in place. In the meantime, we are shoring up some of the controls that we have got internally to make sure that we deal with the obvious cases. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to ask maybe Len, anything you want to add on the vending system, on securing that, the existing one? Then after that, I'm going to ask Dan to address the Khayelitsha situation.
Thank you, Chair. So on the OVS system, the online vending system, we have introduced some additional security measures to protect the system from physical and logical access. We've caged the infrastructure on its own cage within the data centers. We've replaced hardware security modules with the best security modules globally. We've installed additional firewalls. We have deployed endpoint security enhancements to the system. We've conducted penetration testing, and we've also removed all access which we deemed to be unnecessary and reviewed all super user access. So we believe the system is much more secured. It's monitored and audited very carefully on a day-to-day basis. Thank you, sir.
Chair, there was also a question or a comment relating to Kailicha not being a no-go area for the Eskom staff. I thought I should just lift it up, Chair, that we don't lose this point. We engaged at the Human Rights Commission last week as part of the inquiry they are running, and we explained that places like Kailicha are no-go areas for us and our staff at particular times of the day, simply because we have a duty of care in as far as the safety of our staff is concerned. We have seen areas that have developed into being hostile to our staff and places the lives of our staff at risk. And in those areas, we do not go if we do not deem it safe. We've been very clear around this, that in some instances we are supported by the police, but where we are not supported by police, we are unable to get in there because our employees' lives are at risk as they get attacked. What are we doing about it? Of course, we continue to engage with communities, and I'm hoping that out of the process led by the Human Rights Commission, with various communities that have approached it, we may find a model of creating that space that we are able to go service them and we are able to return our employees safely out of that. It is actually a concerning trend that we see. In some of the videos that we've seen and members may have access to, people are attacked in the presence of police and being driven out of communities. And we owe it to our staff to return them safely to their loved ones every day. Thank you.
Honorable Skosana, I am going to
follow up.
Sorry?
The answer which from the about the Deloitte and Touch, I'm not happy, Chair. I think we are not being the issue of that Deloitte and Touch is not Deloitte consulting. It can't be true.
So
I wanted to make a follow-up question.
No. So and I'll explain why I'm saying no. So I am in discussions with Treasury and the Auditor General, as well as the State Information Technology Agency on these matters. There are various suppliers concerned. If you recall, in one of our previous meetings, we agreed, at least I felt that litigating the same issues over a period of a year with Eskom does not serve the purpose, right? The blacklisting of suppliers is done in conjunction with Treasury, with the entities. And if you recall, I have said the Finance Minister will come here. We are having to revise the schedule because budget has been delayed, but is committed to come with the DG and the Accountant General. So I think let's deal with it at that level. I've also discussed it with the Minister of Electricity. He will also come to the committee. So what I'm saying is, let's leave it here and let's now elevate it to that level. Thank you. Was that so? We were done. Okay. So I should have stuck to a schedule here, and I apologize, Honorable Beasley. You usually very disciplined, but when you did this, I knew there is a problem. So I apologize. It's going to be you. It is a problem. And then Honorable Madlala, I apologize to both of you. I'm sorry. So let me return to the. No. There is a schedule here according to how we are doing our annual reports. Remember. So Honorable Beasley, please go ahead. No, you will get your chance. They may cover you, but we like having you here.
Thanks, Chair. As you say, I am disciplined, so we'll be done in the 20 minutes. I think the Chair asked me to focus on financial and operational issues. And being an accountant, I don't have long sentences. They're pretty short. But first of all, I just want to compliment the Chair and the CEO. You're turning around a ship, and I think compliments to you. So I think the questions that I'm going to be asked need to be looked in that light. They might be seen critical, but I think our role is to ask the critical questions. And one of the reasons why I got into politics was because of the unemployment crisis in our country. We're facing a massive unemployment crisis. And Martin Luther King Jr. says unemployment is like creating psychological murder, because we're depriving people of their agency, of their purpose, of their hope. And the one thing that the AG did say is that she said if there wasn't so much fraud and corruption and incompetence at Eskom, primary energy charges would be significantly lower. And there are real consequences to that. And the recent one is ArcelorMittal closing down. And one of the reasons they're putting down is for the energy, cost of energy that's just been driven up over the years. It's gone up, I think, by 144%, and inflation's at 44%. So businesses that reliant on energy has had a massive impact. And the result of this is there's 3,500 people going to lose their jobs directly, and indirectly 100,000 people are going to lose their jobs. And I would just like to ask you, Chair and CEO of Eskom, what do you say to these people who have lost their jobs? Psychological murder through no fault of their own. They've pitched up at work every single day for the last 10 years. They're now losing their jobs because of the energy pricing crisis caused by wastages in the system. If you can answer that question, then I'll get on to the others.
Chair, just to admit that when we drive down the leakage through fraud and corruption, we'll be able to arrest the cost creep that we see in every line of our expenditure. I also want to put it on record for the members that there is a mechanism allowed for in the electricity pricing policy that allows for negotiated pricing agreements for sectors that are deemed vulnerable to commodity prices and for effects that are external to the South African market. They exist. We do engage with a number of companies within the ferroalloy industries. AMSA itself had applied for consideration under the scheme. The scheme's rules are outlined by the pricing policy unit within the ministry, and what we do as Eskom is to administer its application to the letter of the rules as spelled out. We are just an implementation agent that sends the first signals to NERSA for its own decision making on the basis of the rules that exist. And we need to see the AMSA application within that context. Chair, I'm aware that the process of engaging on this aspect is still ongoing. They've made an appeal to NERSA, and I think it will be responsible of us not to delve too much into the merits of the application. Suffice to say that that mechanism exists and it's being followed, and they have an opportunity to engage within its setup. I think it's the topic that needs to be addressed here pertains to what is the country position with respect to protecting vulnerable industries that are key for economic growth, and how should we set ourselves up such that it's not an AMSA today, a Samanka tomorrow, or some Glencoe smelter coming next week. That we understand very clearly what are the sectors that we need to protect in terms of energy pricing, and what are they giving to the country in exchange and for how long. This conversation needs to be had. I can only see that from the current issue of AMSA, that discussion is going to gain momentum between the relevant ministries so that we have clarity of thought and we have a country approach rather than individualized approach.
Thanks. But the next questions are going to be bullet-like, so I'll send them. Eskom had a financial loss of 55 billion after tax for the last year. Forecast results after 6 months for 2025 are above 10 billion. With 1 month to go, what is the latest forecast? You're not listed, you're a public company, so I'm sure you can place it on record what your forecast profit or loss is going to be with 1 month to go. And then I have to ask, how accurate is the forecast with misstatements and previous financials? Then the municipal debt has been covered, but I must just stress it's a runaway train. And it's not only you guys, it's a water board. I sit on the Auditor General. She's owed money by the municipalities. The SIU's owed money. Everybody's owed money by the municipalities. And one of the reasons why is because people can't afford the price increases in electricity over the years. You know, I served on the eThekwini Council for 2 years, and their debt is owing because people can't pay them. So one of the reasons why people aren't paying you is because you created the problem. So I think we mustn't lose sight of that. But it is a massive, massive issue. And I really respect you guys for applying your mind. You're thinking out of the box, and something needs to be done. It can't just be business as usual. Then Eskom applied for a 36% tariff increase for 25-26, but NERSA approved at 12.7%, which is still 400% above current inflation. Then I just have to ask, how could the Eskom board justify a 36.1% increase when many South Africans are hard-pressed? You know, morally, it's just so wrong. We all earn salaries, but many people out there are really battling, and a 36% is not only is devastating to the economy. And then NERSA approved 12.7%. How does a lower increase impact on Eskom's going concern going forward? Because that's quite a chunk of revenue coming out of your forecasted revenue. And then borrowing at the end of 2024 was 412 billion. What is the current borrowing levels? And then how does a qualified audit impact on your interest rates and the ability to borrow debt? Are you seeing an impact on your interest rates? And what happens after the debt relief program ends? Is Eskom looking at new debt going forward? And then lastly, this is the last financial question, then I'll get into the operational ones after this. Taking into account the poor financial and operation performance for last year, were incentives paid to senior management, and if so, on what basis? Chair, I'll come back to the operational ones.
Thank you so much for those questions. I think let's start with the forecast.
Thanks. Through you, Honourable Chair. I think it's exactly the point you said.
Sorry, can I ask the chair to?
Yes. Sorry. To the honourable member's question, yes, we have on a quarterly basis, we get our shareholder report for the third quarter, December. It goes to the board. It gets submitted, including our forecast. But I think you have answered this in terms of why I would be reluctant to communicate any additional forecast beyond the greater than 10 billion. Your key point is also linked to the NERSA decision. In our Audit and Risk Committee that we had this week, from a going concern perspective, when you sign off the financials, you look 18 months after the sign-off date. Because firstly, we still have the third year of the debt relief that we go into, where we get 40 billion. Then thereafter, there's a 70 billion takeout, and the Minister of Finance has to decide how to deal with that 70 billion. I'm not going to talk about the unofficial budget document that's circulating, but just with the debt relief, as I mentioned, we don't have to stress about meeting our maturities. And like I said, where we are operationally performing with the forecast, and the auditors have also indicated, and that's what we see in our numbers, going concern is not the problem. The big challenge when we close off March 25 is the impairment testing, because you look beyond a 2-year horizon. And what are those revenue streams based on the NERSA decision and that big difference between what we applied for and what has come out? Are you going to generate enough revenue to cover that value of the assets that sits on the balance sheet? So that could be a significant adjustment. So prefer not to do that. But I think what we can say, from a pure EBITDA perspective, there's a significant improvement. And I'll circle back, Honourable Chair, what is that sustainable? So answering it slightly differently, as a sustainable EBITDA for Eskom going forward. Now, first and foremost, your cash from operations must meet your debt service commitments. I mentioned before on the 400 billion, you're looking at about 80 billion debt service commitments, which is unsustainable. I said it should be more at a sustainable level of 50 billion. So you want that EBITDA to cover that debt service commitments, so we don't rely on the fiscus and National Treasury going forward. So you're starting at 50 billion. The next important item of cash flow that you must generate from your own operations and also collecting, you must collect enough from operations to pay for sustaining capex, maintaining the current infrastructure across generation, NTCSA and distribution. We worked out that to be in the region of about 30 billion. You should only go to the market. To your other question, you're borrowing for growth opportunities. You should not be borrowing for operations. You should not be borrowing for sustainable capex, because you're on a road to disaster. I think I saw the previous Minister of Finance said, don't spend beyond your means. It's unsustainable. So I think I'm answering the question of sustainability from that perspective. With regard to the tariffs, and I asked the chair to coming on why did we ask for 36%. I think the first and foremost is to recover the cost of production on an efficient basis, and that's the first item. The second item, like I indicated in the slide, any business must cover its cost of capital. If ours are at 11% and we're only getting 1.7, yes, it has migrated up now in the last decision to 6%, so we're not yet there. We need to get there, and that is a big contributing factor. Also appreciating as the mix changes and going forward, those comes at different costs in the mix of the application. In that application, we did make an assumption that carbon tax will come through, but following the NERSA decision, we interpret that there'll be an announcement by the Minister of Finance. Maybe that gets deferred. The last one, if I address with regard to the qualified audit and what does it do in terms of our interest costs. So I think first and foremost, like I said, we don't intend borrowing in the debt relief period. What we have seen, yes, you look at the financials, and for the first time in the forecast, the financials are improving to the profits, which we've never been there in 8 years. But it's not only about that, it's about the balance sheet deleveraging through the debt relief and your financial ratios. Also, with the operational turnaround together with the leadership stability and the board, etc., you've seen the markets showing the cost of our bonds between unguaranteed debt and guaranteed debt decreasing to the smallest spread ever that we see, because the markets are appreciating and understand. I think, like the honourable member said, this is the direction that the board supported with the ministers giving us. So there's confidence in Eskom. When we went on the roadshow with the GCE in October to New York and London, the markets are begging us to come back and to borrow because of what they see in the turnaround, not only operationally, financially, but more importantly, strategically. So yes, we see positive, and even the rating agencies in their outlooks recently, Standard & Poor's has changed our outlook from stable to positive. So if you ask me, the next big milestone that we need to achieve as Eskom is to get a credit rate upgrade, and not maybe once, but maybe twice. So we're looking at potentially 2-3 years' time when we do go to the market. We don't want to go on the current rating. We want that to get to investment grade so we can borrow on our own strength going forward. So I think the biggest challenge that's going to come this time around in the audit is the impairment test based on the NERSA decision. And you will also, Honourable Chair, look that, yes, you find a lot of, and the audits take long, but if you also look at the key audit matters that were raised over the last 5 years, yes, a lot of them are repeated issues, but there are a number of new issues that do occur in each of the audits. There are significant audit matters that take up a lot of time to conclude the audit. And we've already got a heads up that this time around we're going to look at the impairment testing and understanding the implications if we are to impair our assets. Thanks, Chair. I think I've covered maybe our chairperson can add to the 36%.
Look, I think you have covered well the 36%. I don't want to add anything there. What I can say, though, is that we've got this new reality now that going forward, it's very likely that we are going to be having increases that are in line with inflation. Then the board needs to be asking itself the question, how do we then run the business given that reality? And that is what we are focusing ourselves on, making sure that we continue to have a business that is sustainable. The work that Dan was mentioning around cost efficiencies, that's where our focus is right now. You also asked the question around the incentives did we pay any incentive to senior executives in the last financial year? No, we didn't.
Chair, I'll get on to the operational. How much time have I got left? Okay, I'll come in there. Load shedding's had a devastating impact on the economy, and I know you guys are aware of that. But I've got people in small businesses, big business, and it's been hugely devastating to the economy. And the load shedding on the last while has been next to nothing. But I'd just like it to be placed on record. What is the expectation going forward for load shedding the next 18 months? Because I think it all talks to confidence in business and everything. And if we can say load shedding is done and dusted, then there is confidence. But if we can say, oh, we might have a perfect storm, then it has a massive impact. Thank you. That's me done, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to ask our group chief executive to address that.
Chair, let me answer this by way of taking us back to April 2023. In April 2023, the board, together with management, assessed the challenges that we're facing in our generation business operationally and came up with the generation recovery plan that was to be implemented over a 2-year period to take us from the energy availability factor levels that were as down as 55% at the time, targeting 70% from the point of April 2025 going forward. The adoption of that plan also meant that maintenance strategies had to be adapted to catch up with maintenance that was not done over a long period. And members will recall that we have periodically came out and said we have reviewed how we are doing maintenance. We are working with OEMs for critical systems that are impacting the reliability of our plants, and that in the short term we'll feel some pain, but the gains will be long term. That program began in April 2023. It also covered aspects of skills and so on and around leadership within the business. What did we see? The summer of 2023 going to 2024 saw one of the highest levels of maintenance being carried out, deep maintenance, and it is on the back of that deep maintenance that we actually had the 311 days of no load shedding that we experienced. Even when we experienced 300 days of no load shedding, Chair, we maintained a position that says we are not out of the woods yet. And that we repeat today. We are not out of the woods yet because you need two things to really get to a point of ultimate certainty. In the first instance is the results from your maintenance work that takes you to the EAF that you require. It's also the elimination of unreliability and the trips that do happen. Secondly, you need new additional capacity to cushion you to absorb the shocks when they do happen. And last week it was one kind of a shock like that. We said we want to get to a point where we have maintenance progressing as it is and sustained improvements on reliability in terms of managing the trips, and also get to a point where we bring on board 2,500 megawatts of capacity in the form of the life extension at Kubek Unit 2, which we brought in December, just before the end of the year, Kusile Unit 6, which will bring into synchronization in the next 2 weeks, and then also Emidupi Unit 4 that was damaged 3 years ago that now needs to be brought back. Chair, when you have this combination, you'll be better placed to start taking a view around whether the question of load shedding is fully behind you. What we know is that The country enjoyed 311 days of confident power supply. We know that both big businesses and small business benefited from that. We want to get them to experience that on a continuous basis, but we are still vulnerable. We are still vulnerable, especially now, as we do a lot more maintenance than we ordinarily do. When we finish this cycle of deep maintenance execution, and from end of March, as many of these units start coming back, we really get back to a comfort level that helped us manage the long period of a sustained play. So I think the country needs to remember this was a plan that spans 2 years, 2.5 years. It's been executed well. We just still have to keep our heads down and drive it. We're managing the risk on a continuous basis, and we saw some of those risks eventuating in the last month, first end of December, of Jan, and the end of last weekend, and we dare not say now that we have arrived. The vulnerability still lays in, but we are very focused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Madlala, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to take far less than 20 minutes. I was almost tempted to follow my colleague's Kosana's posture in complimenting Eskom and the board, but then I remembered that at the end of the day, it is the output that matters to our people. So I may go back to my room and find a house with no electricity and sleep angry today. So let me rather deal with the issues as I see them. What we have before us is an SOE that persistently receives qualified audits. And it is on areas relating to wasteful expenditure, irregular expenditure, and that has been for over what, I don't know, maybe 5 or more consecutive years. And on the other hand, we have a community of people that are largely stratified in terms of the balances in economy. Most of them who cannot afford electricity. And an entity would propose the 36% increase on the tariffs. And I think that is a problem. Whilst the board and the executive may be doing something in terms of bringing the state of electricity in the country into some stability, but I would wish to also hear more of the board's ideas and the entity's ideas in terms of future advanced plans of providing electricity that is affordable and that is also going to be stable. We can't only be focusing on reacting and bringing ourselves to stability. At the end of the day, we must also progress, because load shedding has not always been the order. We are 30 years into democracy. We should be speaking far advanced things, and how do we ensure that there is a level where everyone has electricity and can afford electricity. We are also a country, unfortunately, which has got a very high appetite for poor performance and a very low appetite for consequence management. The audit outcomes as well reflect, amongst the areas over the entire 5 years, that consequence management has been one of the issues. But I want to just ask a straightforward question in this regard. How many employees at Eskom have been dismissed or charged for poor performance, for their inability to deliver on the key performance areas or indicators? And this also will be followed by the question to the board or to the chair in terms of the system of performance management between the executive and the chair. And I'm asking this because generally across you find that many targets are not met, but bonuses are issued to executives. There is no consequence management for not meeting targets, because there is a performance issue. If we agree that this is what you're going to deliver, you must deliver exactly that. If you can't do that, there must be consequences. We can't stay together for years not meeting our targets, especially those that are core, or those that are in the core mandate. I want to also maybe establish if there is no way that Eskom could come up with a proportional cost of electricity strategy or something like that, because I'm of the view that those, a person who earns 40,000 cannot be expected to pay the same for electricity as a person who earns 350 rands. It just doesn't make sense. And I think the issue of the cost imbalance or the imbalance in the economy it has an effect on people ending up not affording electricity and at the times bridging electricity and all of that, or deciding not to pay for it completely because in any case they cannot afford it but they need it. So can't we find a way of mitigating that? Obviously charge those who have more money higher in plain language and charge those who don't have money lesser. You know, be realistic with your with how you charge. So if you increase by 3 or by 12%, can't make it just generally across when when we're a country that is recorded to have so much inequality. And the strategy of Eskom must live within that reality that we are not an entity living in isolation to the socio-economic conditions of the people on the ground. And our reaction to it then must also be able to address that. I want to then go straight to some of these few questions that are structured here. According to the entity's interim results for the period ended 30 September 2024, several changes occurred within Eskom. Do these changes reflect an organizational realignment or the filling of vacant positions? Second question is, what is the vetting status of board and Eskom? I did get a response earlier that there is a vetting process of employees at Eskom and so forth, but one specifically of the board and Exco. Are they all members of Exco vetted and all members of the board vetted at this particular point? And I think, Chair, that will be my last question. And like I said, I'm going to be very short. But what we need to understand, and what I hope that the board could also be understanding, is that at the end of the day, our people are interested in material benefit. They just want to see electricity on. All these strategies are good. So if we sit here, no matter how much we think we're making effort, not that we don't recognize it as well as members of parliament, but if there's no consistent electricity and affordable electricity on the ground, it all becomes baseless and useless. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm going to ask the group executive. I'm going to ask Monde Bala to address the question of affordability.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Just on the issue of affordability, I just want to make a few points. The one point is that there is currently an electricity pricing policy that is currently undergoing that process of getting finalized. Within that policy, there is a lot of the issues that you're raising regarding poor, subsidies or cross subsidies that are meant for low-income households. They're captured within that. What is happening within the current system? Within the current system, we have got tariffs that are specifically targeted at low-income households. The home light is one of those tariffs. Now, how this home light is structured, it is those tariffs that are cross-subsidized from other tariffs from the industrial tariffs. So yes, there is support for low-income households based on the tariff itself. The second point is on the existing home light tariff, there is what is called an inclined block tariff. Now, within that, what is that? It is a two-phase or two-step tariff wherein at the lower levels of consumption, you pay at a much lower rate than when you consume beyond a certain threshold. What is that meant to achieve? Low-income households naturally would have a lower consumption in terms of electricity. Therefore, they would pay at a rate that is lower than what the tariff would actually require. Now, when you consume beyond that point, you then pay at a higher tariff. It was a tariff that was meant to be designed for low-income households. Yes, with the latest version of our submission to NERSA, because this was creating a confusion with our customers, when in the earlier part of the month they would pay at a certain rate, and then later in the month they would pay at a different rate. It was creating that confusion. Our submission to NERSA was that let's do away with the two-step tariff, but then have a much smoother way of smoothing the tariff, so that we try and keep the prices down, specifically for low-income households. With the submission that we've made, we've literally kept the low income tariffs to not to increase. So that's what we have done. The increases would be felt more at the tariffs that are meant for high-end consumption, and by virtue then of that, cross-subsidize the lower income household tariffs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can you then, through you, Chair, can you then address the question around the people who have gone through performance management broadly? Our approach to handling poor performance.
Chair, we, through you, we deal with poor performance based on our deliverables, and I just want to preface it with the context that this is really within the period under the oversight of this current board and the current leadership teams. We do confront non-performance based on the deliverables from each and every part of the corner. That tension exists within the business. As to the exact numbers of how many are out there, as a result of it, we are happy to revert on the specifics. But the space that we have created is one of intense challenge and intense support in as far as the deliverables are concerned. We have also strengthened the executive team so we can have focus on all the areas of our strategy that needs to be looked at whilst we are addressing the operational issues. So our structure from September 2024 started reflecting also our path going forth. We have challenges in the IT/OT space, as you could pick up from the audit report. We have beefed up our capability there by bringing the right executive to assist us here. We have challenges in terms of internal controls in the areas of procurement and so on, and we have brought in the right resource to really focus on those aspects. So whilst we recognize that we have an unbundling process to go, we do see the urgency of attending to some of these things that have been left unresolved for whatever reason for the few years prior to arrival, and the intention is to be more focused on them now and allow the business units to develop capacity to run with them, and hence the changes that we have in our structure. Our structure also reflects capabilities that we need for our strategy going forward. We have said it before that our business also needs to play in the renewable space to create a mix of technologies that addresses emissions, but also the changes that are coming globally within the industry. We are very clear that we'll retain our skills within the nuclear space. Becky spoke about our focus on small modular reactors, given our capabilities. We have brought in capabilities that will help us advance speedily in the gas-to-power initiatives that we have at Richards Bay, and to ensure that we make this a reality in a short space of time. So we are looking at new technologies going forth. Hydro, in the same way that we have done in Gula, in the Lephalale area. So we're really approaching this from various ways, and our structure talks to that and talks to the deliverables within a 2-year period. The question around vetting, status of Exco and board, I would like to ask Thembela to give us a sense of where that is. It's work that is in progress and closely monitored from her office.
Okay, Thembela.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I just want to articulate the process first, Chair, so that this is clear. We were given a mandate by the State Security Agency to do the prelim work when it comes to vetting, and then they would issue the vetting certificate from their side. So it's two processes together. And this chair takes very long time because of the archaic systems that state security agencies has. For example, if we have to load forms into work in our own space, you load 9 forms in one day, that's a lot. It shows the kind of system that we have to go through. So you have to retype a 30-page document, make sure that document it goes through the process, goes to state security, and is in the queue for many others because of competing interest from state security agency. So from our side, Chair, we've done, it's only 3 forms that are lacking from the side of the group executives as well as the board. Only 3 forms, and those are employees that just started in January. So we go through a process of providing awareness to why do we need to do this. That's also in the employment contracts. It's now also in the adverts so that the employees that are joining the organization, they would know that they will go through a vetting process. So we've done that, and the clearances that we've received up to now, we've received 45 clearances from state security. We still have got the ones that are outstanding. I think it's only 3 for when it comes to executives and the board. That's besides the special areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be also clear, we need to demonstrate that we are also leading by example. When it comes to the board, we've already been given 5 clearance certificates on the board out of 12. 7 are still with the state security agents. They are still working on that. In terms of EXCO and the key executives, there are 23 out of 23. 7 have received the clearance certificates, and 13 are with state security agents. And again, just to be much more clearer, out of the ones that have received the clearance certificate, our group chief executive has received his clearance certificate, and I have received the clearance certificate, just to be clear. Yeah, and then, yeah, I think we've covered them, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So, just to share an anecdote, so I once had to go through this process, and I looked at this form. I looked at this form, and I thought, no, these people must be joking. I mean, the only thing they're not asking for is my DNA test. But the second thing is that there was somebody, I was a reference on their CV, and they were going to work for the Hawks. Anyway, they get hired, so I think, well, you know, it's all done. And they're working there for over a year. Then one day I get a phone call from state security. They want to talk to me about him. So I'm like, why? They say, no, they're doing vetting on him. The guy has been on TV for a year working for them. So I'm just saying it does. I've seen that it takes time. It kind of felt ridiculous, but I'm hoping that we can actually expedite it, because what you want to do is to complete the vetting as part of the hiring process rather than potentially where you might now have to reverse employment because issues have come up. So it's something that I think on our own we might need to raise with the relevant committee and minister, because it doesn't serve its purpose in the form in which it works. So thank you very much, Chair. We just have 3 members, and Honorable Esek looks like he doesn't want to ask any more questions because I have skipped him so many times. Honorable Bila, Honorable Skosana, and Honorable Esek. I will be last.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks for the opportunity. Oh, hey. Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Minister, the Chairperson, and the board, the executive, honorable members. Good afternoon. I have got 25 questions.
You know you are allowed, by the way, because yesterday, do you remember? Yesterday she was on time.
Yes, I was on time, so I will take also the areas of yesterday. I'm joking. Where are those questions that I have?
Pilar, the people outside with the streaming says, please move the mic closer. There you go, so that the stream can hear you.
Okay, can we please start with Honorable Skosani while I'm still putting my house in order?
That's fine. Honorable Skosana looks very ready.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, all protocol observed. Yeah, Chair, I'm only having 3 questions in the interest of time. One, on the issue of municipal debt, I know that there was a very comprehensive presentation as to how are you planning to deal with it, dealing with the historical debt and strategies on the way forward. But the last time I checked, of the large chunk of that debt comes from the municipalities that COGTA has classified them as dysfunctional. I think last time I checked, I think it was more than 40 billion rands was coming from municipalities that are dysfunctional. Now, I'm asking myself, as the team was presenting, as to how are you going to assist these municipalities? There will be, if there's a commitment for a 12-month payment, 12 months payment, then 1/3 of the debt will be erased. And then for another 12 months, another 1/3, and then for the third 12 months, then the whole debt will be raised. Now, I'm just wondering, these municipalities that are classified as dysfunctional, whether will they be able to do that? Because for the mere fact that they are classified as dysfunctional, it means they are unable to pay anybody, not only Eskom. They are over-indebted, they owe everybody. Some of them, they are even struggling to pay salaries of their employees. So I'm just wondering that with regards to such municipalities, will that plan that you have work? Are there any discussions between yourselves and COGTA, maybe to a certain extent, and SALGA with regards to that? My second question is with regards to diesel savings. I think we really appreciate and commend you on the fact that you were able to have savings that currently amounts to 17.57 billion rands. But now I just want to find out as to how does this figure factor into the overall cost of electricity generation? Are we able to see these savings translate into assisting you on the overall cost of electricity generation? And then the last question is, by when do you hope to reasonably achieve financial and operational stability, in a sense that you will be able to deal with aging infrastructure, rising input cost, and the need to transition to a cleaner energy mix and energy security? Those are my questions, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Pilar, are you ready now? Okay, let's go.
Thank you once more, Honorable Chairperson. Some of the questions that I'm going to ask here are not on today's presentation, but were reported in previous SCOPA meetings in relation to Eskom and have a direct link to financial difficulties at the utility. On the 12th of February 2025, Chairperson, SIU reported to this committee on their investigations at Eskom. They reported the following, amongst others, that there is systematic contract splitting that led to the theft of over 1 billion rand. The failure of 5,464 employees to complete the declaration of interest. The discovery of 334 employees with financial links to vendors. Lastly, a direct link of money flowing from vendors to Eskom employees, with 35 employees receiving over 180 million as kickbacks. So I have the following questions based on the information above. What mechanism have you put in place to recover the money lost over, that is over 1 billion rand, due to malfeasance and corruption? What does Eskom policy on declaration of interest say, and why are these not part of performance management system or part of your scorecard metrics? What specific changes have been made to Eskom's procurement processes and overnight mechanism to prevent similar schemes from being executed in the future? In relation with the employees, the 334 and the 35, I think have been answered when they say they are being disciplined. The second issue is the one that was reported by the Auditor General of South Africa on the 11th of February 2025, that some of your financial losses to illicit token system prepaid vouchers amongst many. And then Eskom also released a statement on the 19th of December 2024 about investigation into non-technical losses, and it reads as follows, I quote, "As part of the action plan to address electricity theft, a forensic investigation uncovered the bulk generation of illegal prepaid electricity tokens on Eskom's online vending system for both key revision number KRN1 and KRN2 prepaid meters. Indications are that this is only likely if there is collusion between Eskom staff and illicit operators who breached controls within the prepaid ecosystem to facilitate the creation and sale of fraudulent prepaid electricity tokens. So can you quantify these losses in financial terms? How much has been lost as a result of this illicit token system? How have you remedied material breakdown on internal controls within the prepaid IT ecosystem? What concrete steps have taken to control deficiencies identified, included inappropriate user access controls, dated system linking available data logs, inadequate backup procedures, and limited understanding by Eskom staff of the prepaid environment, including hardware and relevant system? Honorable Chairperson, allow me to also touch on SADC. The presentation speaks necessity for financially and operationally sustainable practices to fulfill its mandate. Please elaborate on the role Eskom plays in energy space for SADC region. How is the company addressing the potential for increased regional energy demand on SADC economies grow? Lastly, specifically, what investments are being made in cross-border infrastructure and collaborative energy projects to ensure that future supply meets the anticipated demand from both South Africa and its SADC neighbors? Is there a return on investment for your role in SADC, particularly in energy space? Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pila. Honorable Esak.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. 1745. Thank you. Chair, so much has been covered, so please forgive me if, I might be reiterating, but I'll try to be very brief. I think I should open and just say that I am very grateful through you, Chair, that I think, we have a pretty transparent discussion here today, and I'm very grateful to the board in that, I get the impression that a lot more is being said to us in a more transparent fashion. So I'm very grateful to Chair and your colleagues on the board. Thank you. Chair, the issue of municipalities, specifically to the smaller municipalities, I think has been ventilated to a great extent. But I just wanted to mention, the legacy debt, which Eskom has been carrying, and the small municipalities' capacity to repair and maintain their infrastructure. I think it's common practice wherever we travel amongst the smaller municipalities, and we see that the MIG grants, obviously coming through from Kokta, being utilized for operational expenses instead of for infrastructure development. Now, I think the municipalities are at the core of the crisis here to a great extent, and we seem to live it. So you have responded in terms of your plans to assist and guide smaller municipalities. The issue here is I haven't heard anybody saying anything regarding the metros. Which are the huge issues, the Johannesburg, Tshwane, the payment of debt, Ithekwini municipality, a huge culprit. Artambo municipality, we've heard that here, Chair. I mean, we've discussed that. I think, I'll just slip it in and say, obviously, the city of Cape Town is paying their account every 30 days. Awesome. But I'd like you to express yourself on that. And then, Chair, I would like you to also just touch and expand on the private sector involvement, because I haven't heard anything regarding that. Specifically, I think I'm referring to the utility metering system and getting the private sector on board. I'd just like you to touch on that, if you will. CFO, the issues, if you look at the presentations, the questions being asked, and I think my colleague also raised it, the liquidity and debt challenges over the next 6 months. Because if I'm correct, I heard you in the beginning say that this was a report up until, I think you said, for the first 6 months of this financial year, right? So I just want to try and figure out over the next 6 months, what is the current liquidity and debt challenges that you're experiencing, considering that the current collection scenario, is pretty dire. And I mean, then I'd also like to just hear maybe from you, Minister, what do you assume is currently now the current energy availability factor as we stand or sit here, so for the benefit of South Africans that are listening in, because obviously load shedding is a very contentious and sensitive issue for all of us. We had intense discussions, I recall, in October 24, colleagues, where I recall, I think it was Khalib saying that the municipal debt with Eskom was projected to increase to some 98 billion rand as of the end of March, if I'm correct, if I recall that. So obviously, again, a huge matter of concern in terms of your financials and your debt, your ratios in terms of cash flow, etc. So the municipal debt relief arrangement is yielding minimal results. Please confirm if I'm on the right path, if I'm thinking correctly, or if I'm totally out of order in making a comment to that effect. Then I also want to understand that the municipalities are, of course, failing to comply consistently. Do you agree? Just a simple one. My colleague, Honorable Neil May, in her opening remarks referred to the issue regarding the Audit Risk Committee, and I think there was a pretty transparent and detailed reply to that question. So my question to that is that, is this Audit Risk Committee delivering, honestly, the audit outcomes? Are they delivering? Because the audit outcomes, what I'm trying to say, what the AG is saying to us here, indicate otherwise, if you understand where I'm coming from. Okay? The irregular expenditure, again, was touched on, of the inadequate controls. What is the current scenario regarding the ongoing non-compliant supply chain processes that the board, the entire Eskom organization is having to live with? And I'll tell you why I'm asking this question just now. There was the issue of inadequate systems of internal control. That's not what I'm saying. I'm picking this comment up from the AG's report, where the AG very distinctly and clearly says, and I quote, inadequate systems of internal control, which I think, again, is a huge matter of concern. Chairperson, I'm trying to move expediently as I possibly can. I want to mention this, and then I'll ask the question. It goes on to say that the board should be aware of the situation regarding bailouts. Okay? Now, National Treasury, I believe, has made it pretty clear that there is no further room. So the subject on national bailouts, obviously, is going to be a no-go zone. With the municipalities, I am anxious to find out the turnaround that you speak of and that has been outlined, which looks very promising. With the current issues that you're experiencing with municipalities, the irregular and fruitless expenditure, the state of ailing infrastructure, and of course the huge culture that you're facing within Eskom, that is the supply chain management, poses some huge challenges, okay? So the question is then, how do you see all of this affecting this turnaround strategy? And then I think the issue on vetting was raised. I'm not going there. Let's leave that one. I just wanted to mention this. I mean, does the board realize that Eskom is paying double the price for tires than what the man in the street is purchasing tires for at a retail tire shop? I mean, it's a frightening statement to make. I mean, that you pay double the price for tires than what an ordinary South African would pay from a tire shop in the street. Again, a huge issue when it comes to supply chain management processes. I'm just raising or flagging that rather. Then one question here, again, quickly, Chair, straightforward. How much interest does Eskom currently pay on a monthly basis on its borrowings, if you have that number? If you do not have that number exactly, that's fine. You can always respond in writing. But for the benefit of South Africans, I'd like to know what is the monthly interest that Eskom is currently having to service on its borrowings. Chair, I'm going to skip that one. I'm going to skip this one. Okay, quickly. In 23-24, Eskom reported a 1.6 billion profit in the first half, that is up to September 23. Okay, so in the 2023-2024 financial year, Eskom reported a 1.6 billion profit in the first half of the year, that is up to September 23, right? But it ended up with a 55 billion rand loss 6 months thereafter. So that's in March 24, if I'm being correct. Again, the question is, what is Eskom forecasting a projected, in terms of a projected profit or loss for 24-25? Then, Chairperson, two more. I'd like to, ask you if you could express yourselves on what South Africans can expect during the upcoming winter months, which is like now, within the next 2-3 months. and the testing of quality of the coal being supplied. Has Eskom frozen any pensions due to certain employees that have already been found guilty? I think it was an earlier question that was discussed, but I wanted to know if you have frozen any pensions. And then finally, Chair, and I assure you I will now close. How much of money has Eskom spent in rand terms on diesel in the last 30 days? Just in this last 30-day period, if you have that number. If you don't, fine, you could always respond. Chair, I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Isaac. Thank you. Colleagues from Eskom, you can respond.
Thank you so much, Chair, through you. We will move, we'll try and group all of these together. There are all of these questions around municipality. I'm going to ask Monde to address all of them, please.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chairperson. And maybe let me preface this by saying this. The Munich debt problem is a problem that started manifesting itself around 2012. So it's a problem that has been with us for over a decade now. It has grown to where it is, and yes, the projections were that it would get to about 100 billion by March 2025. That's precisely where it is. The if it's a suggestion that Eskom is going to solve the Munich debt problem, it's not going to happen. What we're putting here is what our view should be a solution. However, that solution lies elsewhere. We need other people to come to the party, to other structures to come to the party to make it a reality. For now, what we're putting forward is more voluntary. It's on a willing participants. Our experience is that there has not been much willingness coming from the side of municipalities, in spite of the fact that what we're putting to, in our view, is what would constitute a solution. Obviously, there's other things that we have not factored in that that may make what the plan that we're putting together not palatable to municipalities specifically. The question around whether are you collaborating with anybody? Yes, we are collaborating with Salga. We are collaborating with Cocta. We are collaborating with business. There was a question about whether there's a private sector. We are collaborating with business through the NICOM structures so that we find a solution that is all-encompassing. Is it going to be solved through a one-dimensional debt relief? What we've seen is that the debt relief, it has had limited success. Therefore, we're saying that this requires this and other things, such as the support from a technical point of view, such as the support from an infrastructure point of view, such as support from an injection. Again, there's been a chronic underinvestment in the infrastructure of municipalities. It has to be addressed. And what we've seen is that there is no capacity at the municipal space to be able to deal with that type of investment. Through NICOM, we are in conversation about the JET IP specifically targeted at the municipal infrastructure. We're trying to find ways of saying how do we get to access that. Yes, there are private entities within the municipal space that are coming forward to say that we've got our operations within the municipal space. Now, can you help? Can we work together to unlock that? Because if we're a particular warehouse or data center or whatever that is within the municipal space, we're exposed to the same risks that you are. Can we work together? So we're working with those entities in trying to find these solutions. But the solutions that we're putting together will require some policy shifts. They will require some level of enforcement. They will require, to a large extent, some legislative amendments. Thank you, Chair. If I may also deal with the online vending, there was a. So on the issue of the prepaid vouchers, that yes, we had undertaken a process, we had initiated a process because what we thought we were dealing with in terms of electricity theft, we were looking at it from that point of view. So through what we could uncover over time, then we realized that we may have issues with the system itself. We then enlisted the services of a forensic investigators that started to tell us that, confirm what we've already suspected. Some of the that investigation is still on the go. We are at a very delicate stage of that investigation. At its conclusion, we should be able to come back to say this was the full report, and then these are the issues that came out of that investigation, and these are the people that needed to be pursued. But yes, in terms of trying to show up our own internal controls, as the CTIO earlier articulated, we are basically instituting all of those controls internally to make sure that we make this place safe. But the bottom line is we are going to have to replace the system to make sure that it is actually foolproof. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Monde. I'm going to be asking the following people to address the questions. One on supply chain is going to be Portia, who's going to address that. Then there were a number of questions linked to liquidity, solvency, and the debt of Eskom. I'm going to ask Caleb to address that. Then there were a number of questions around SADC. And those questions, I'm going to ask our CEO to address them. And there was a specific question to the minister. So I'm going to ask her to conclude there. So let's start with you, Portia.
Thanks, Chair. To address the first question, which was around what actions are we taking to address the issue of order splitting, when Len started his presentation, he indicated that we have implemented CSD. What CSD does, it disempower the buyer from having any ability to influence the supplier who's going to be appointed, the location, or have the ability to engage the supplier in any way, shape, or form. It starts with the list of suppliers, where you request the category or commodity you're looking for, and the system then rotates, and then it takes you through the entire stage. The next stage being to send the request for quotation to the suppliers, not with you engaging, based on the information that's pre-uploaded by National Treasury, and then the response then comes through a centralized email, and then the order is then, the award is then issued by the system itself. So splitting of the order happens where a buyer has that ability to select and then choose the service providers. The other part, or the reverse of that, is where they would say the order was supposed to be 1 million, and then they will try and get orders to be below that threshold, because the requirement is that anything above 1 million needs to go through a tender. So they'll either split it in suppliers or they'll split it in commodities, and either way we'll end up facing losses. When it then comes to the issue around buying tires at a higher rate, I would need to see that particular incident, because in the particular cases where it was alleged that there is this, when we investigated, I couldn't locate that, so I would request that we be shown that. And the reason for that is that when we go out on tender, there is a quantity surveyor team that actually determines for us where we're likely to be basing that particular outcome. And when we go into negotiation, we then negotiate from that particular base. And that has assisted us in more ways to pay what actually is a market rate. The second part of what we've indicated was that we've now implemented the e-tender system, which then digitized the entire process. So you've literally taken away a situation where suppliers would not be able to track whether we've received their documents or not, or we would not be able to provide auditors with the total sample of tenderers who actually tendered, or we would not be able to determine the time in which the tender closed and whether we accepted any tenders in the time or outside. So e-tendering takes that functionality away. On top of that, in terms of the bid evaluation system, all of that information is provided on the date of evaluation, so committee members going into that system are not privy to that information prior to that. But what we've also found is that it also had gaps, so we've augmented that to now say that when we put people in committees, they will be subjected to a particular training where we would require them to pass a certain level for them to sit in those. Then the other question was around in terms of flows and employees being paid, wherein forensic reports were issued, the respective group executives were provided with those, and consequence management has been implemented with Tembela tracking and elevating it to CEO where we are not, or where there is a lag in terms of taking those actions, or where it's taking longer. And those employees then face the necessary disciplinary action, and then the outcome are then implemented. And then the other question was what measures is in place to collect from malfeasance. The loss control function largely collects and ensures there's disciplinary, but there's also the losses for criminal purposes, where that process then gets handed over to Tembela's team to then follow that with law enforcement. Unless I left one question, Chair. Those were all the ones I had. Thanks.
Okay, then I will ask Caleb.
Thanks to you, Honourable Chair. I think the one question around Eskom's financial sustainability, I would refer back to that quadrant that I presented, and the key outstanding element for our sustainability is how do we address the municipal and the metro debt. I think maybe to you, Chair, Monday must talk about metro debt that was specifically raised. Fully agree, National Treasury has told us beyond this 250 billion, there's no more bailouts. I think there must be an appreciation. Besides this 3-year plus that 4th year of that takeout, if you add all the other previous bailouts, it adds just under 500 billion. Now we need to be sustainable. So fully agree on that. In terms of liquidity and outlook, as I said, where we are and what we're looking at with the support for next year's maturities being met through the last year, the 3rd year of the debt relief, plus how we deal with the year after about 7, even with the tariffs, assuming the current payment levels at municipalities which we built in, Eskom is fine for the next 2 years. I don't see that as the problem. If it gets any worse, I think that will be the challenges that will face us. Maybe also let me just quickly circle back to the question around interest. It's not a straight line because some of our agreements pay quarterly, 6 monthly, etc. But if you look on an annual basis, it's close to about 40 billion. So if you were to average it, it's about 3 billion per month. And if I look at the diesel, up until November, we've been spending below our budget, reflecting the 17.6 billion savings. December, we were slightly higher by about 300, 400 million. January was basically on the budgeted number, maybe 100 million. If I said billion, I meant 400 million more in December, about 100 million more in January. Where we are from what we've seen in the month of February to the point of the last 30 days. We had a budget for about 1.9 billion in February. We will effectively spend that, it may be slightly over. So what we have seen that since December to February, we've been, I think, cumulatively over our budget for this year by 500 million. That doesn't drastically impact on our year-end forecast of greater 10 billion, with the disclaimer of the impairment test that will come. Chair, I think I covered all those key issues. Thanks.
Thank you. Dan.
Chair, I also want to add, perhaps before I deal with the other questions, from a supply chain perspective, one of the issues that the SIU raised with the members was this issue of local procurement opportunities that are less than $1 billion. I can confirm to the committee that since 2023, late 2023, what we introduced, and Becky introduced this in the generation team, was to lift the authority of signing off on such transactions to the general managers of the power station. And we saw a decline. And last year, he lifted it even further to himself, so as not to disrupt business, but to bring in these controls. And we've seen in a power station like Kusile that those numbers dropped quite drastically through it. We also know that in a station like that, the employees who evidence suggests that need to be held accountable are being taken through the motions. So the combination of manual interventions, controls, whilst you're waiting for system intervention is what is really coming through from Portia's point of view. And that's been applied across generation as a whole. Chair, there was a question raised about our activities in the region, in the SADC area, in as far as electricity is concerned. We've been preoccupied with getting our house in order, in terms of energy security. It's not, we've continued to have relationships with countries like Mozambique, where we get power, and we also sell power there. What we have not progressed quite substantively are the new opportunities of generation that lies given their natural resources in the space. And here we'll be guided, Chair, by the finalization of the integrated resource plan that the ministry is spearheading. And as the minister announced last week, that process is now at NEDLEC, and very soon he'll be able to pronounce on what that integrated resource plan means for the country going forth, and we'll align ourselves with it. But if there's any comfort, the ministry has, the department has got 5 objectives. One of them is ensuring that we remain focused on ensuring energy security and activities within the region itself. Chair, there was a question relating to the winter plan. We will announce the winter plan in March, just before the onset of winter, as we traditionally do. At that point in time, we would have had a very good view in terms of how our maintenance has progressed, our capacity, and a good view of best estimates in terms of the demand going forth. And we'll do that briefing and announce where it sits. But may I remind the House, in terms of what I said earlier, for us, the improvements in our EAF and the reduction of unreliability of unit trips, coupled with additional capacity, is what we really want to drive us to a point of comfort. At that point in time in March, when we make the announcements, we'll be having the benefit of progress with regards to units and any additional units coming in terms of capacity, and Kusile in particular, and then we'll also talk on the back of the maintenance that will have been dealt with. Yeah.
Delegation of...
Yeah, the DM has been asked the EAF question, so I'll deal with that. Okay, Chair, you'll recall a number of about 5,000 declaration of interest not made by staff that the SIU raised. We have taken disciplinary hearings, disciplinary action on the staff that are available in the business. On the basis of that, we had a backlog of about 20 that the SIU were unclear as to what we have done with it. We've looked back in the business, and quite a big number of that 20 has also been progressed. I need to point out that one of the gaps that we found is that our policy had a threshold in terms of which level of employees need to declare. We have clarified that now in our policy and updated it. We have also clarified our policies, as I said before, for employees to declare related parties as well, and at giving them an opportunity to come forward and allow us to assess the extent of the conflict so that we can actually close the gaps where they exist. So as we get insights from some of the work that we are doing in the SIU, we also go back in fixing the policies to ensure that there's no ambiguity in as far as that is concerned.
Is everybody ready? So the electricity availability factor for year to date has been 62%, which is at least 7% higher than it was at the same time last year. So Eskom is certainly delivering. But Chair, I'd like to abuse my privilege, if I may, and just address the municipality issue, because that's been raised by everybody. And I think it's very important to understand that while Eskom's debt is Eskom's debt, the municipal debt issue is not just an Eskom problem. And there are a number of factors that have contributed to the Eskom debt that we're sitting with. Not least of which is a lowering of revenue within municipalities. They just don't have the revenue base that they used to have. The President announced at SONA that there was going to be a review of the municipal funding strategy and the way that they look at municipal funding, which I think is going to be really important in making sure that municipalities can actually effectively deliver on their mandates. One of the problems we're finding in our engagements with municipalities is that their tariff structures are wrong. So they're buying at varying tariffs from Eskom, and they're using a single exit tariff to charge their residents. And so in some instances where they're buying on a higher tariff rate, say for a heavy industrial use or on a peak rate, and they're not charging the equivalent or more, they're running at a loss. And most municipalities think that they're actually profitable in their electricity business. But what we're finding is that they're running at a substantial loss. So municipalities should be making about 60% profit on its electricity business. Many of them are not even making a profit. So what happens is that they sell electricity and they just don't bring in enough to cover the costs to pay Eskom. They've also discovered that Eskom is about number 9 on the list of creditors when a municipality is constrained financially. Eskom sits about number 9 in terms of their preference of how they pay creditors, which is, another reason. So there are municipalities that are running every single month at a loss, which means that they're plugging holes as much as they can, and Eskom is one of it's just another creditor to a municipality. To Eskom, it's a massive, it's 100 billion rand. To another municipality, it's merely just another creditor that they have to try and appease. So when we look at the municipal debt, it has to be an all-comprehensive, overarching strategy that we look at. We need to be looking at tariffs. We need to be looking at things like distribution network mapping so that we can see what their systems look like. Most municipalities don't even know where half their lines are. They don't know the state of their networks. So it's one of the things that we're looking at, trying to give support to municipalities to do their distribution network mapping to see what their systems look like, because that will obviously then define how they spend their money when they do make a profit. We have to assist them with looking at their tariffs. Obviously, their cost of supply studies are important. They would have done those, but we're finding that even there, they're not correct. Municipalities lack resources. Most municipalities do not have an electrical engineer in their employ. So you've got an electrician who's now running a massive network that works off a national grid, and we can't understand why these things are failing. So municipalities can't afford to pay for electrical engineers. They can't afford to pay for the proper resourcing to do a cost of supply study or to look at their tariff structures. They're barely making ends meet. So there's a whole lot of work that has to be done around the municipal space that's not just about paying Eskom every month the current account. And I think it's very important for everyone to understand the Minister has engaged with municipalities and the Premier in Limpopo and in the Free State. We've engaged with a lot of the municipalities in the Western Cape, and we've engaged with stakeholders at municipalities in Limpopo, and we're going to continue those engagements. And while we do that, we're building a program around how we're going to address the municipal debt. Part of that will be obviously a discussion with Monde and his team about where Eskom can play a role, but there's more to it than just the Eskom debt. So I think it's very important that you understand that we are taking this hugely seriously. I come from a municipal background. I was a councillor for 8 years. I understand the challenges at a municipal level. And for me, solving the municipal debt crisis is probably our number one priority for certainly for my office. So I just want you all to know that this is not something we're taking lightly. Thank you for that opportunity.
Honourable members, Honourable Deputy Minister, Chair, Chief Executive of Eskom, and all your colleagues and your colleagues at the back, thank you very much for the discussion today. I'm just going to make a couple of points and then we close. I think one of the things we need to look at is just the auditing issues, the auditing process issues at the end of the financial year, vis-a-vis the financial uncertainties which then lead to to the material misstatements of the financial statements. I am also concerned with that in relation to some of your borrowing operations, in terms of what lenders would then think of your financial statements. Or so we just, between yourselves and the Auditor General, I think there has to be a solution found to make sure that the timetable for the preparation of the financial statements and the auditing process gives both Eskom itself, the government, and your creditors the certainty that they need around the financial state of Eskom and the financial health of Eskom, and just the issues of governance. So that is the one thing. The second point I want to make is to just thank you around some of the processes that you've put in place in order to make sure that your governance outcomes improve over time. I'm really glad that you've now got a chief technical and information officer in the business, because it's a huge weakness right around the entire government. So I'm really glad that you're taking that seriously. The third point I want to make, again, goes back to what I always say about your people and trying to look after them, because there are lots of pressures in your business, and there are in many government institutions as well. But I think I've had a few friends who work at Eskom. There was a time when they were afraid to tell people they work at Eskom. They were afraid to tell people where they work, because somebody mentions Eskom, you just get upset already. So, the committee appreciates the pressure that comes with working at Eskom. And one request I'd like to make, and I'm making this of all the entities that issue interim financial statements, those are really useful for the committee. If you could, next time, I know you're going to go into full year now, but in September, this year, or well, they will come later, but when your interims are out, it would really be useful if you just send them to the committee as well with a covering note. They assist us in closing the gap, because there is this yawning gap between the end of the financial year, the audit outcomes, and the time that we have this discussion, and we talk in cross purposes, which can unintentionally mislead the public on matters that we've already litigated here. So we need to work together to find a way of closing the information gap for Parliament as well as the public, so that we know where things are. But otherwise, thank you very much to all of you, Honorable Deputy Minister, honorable members. I know we've run over, but it's a very important entity, very important discussion, and thank you for your participation. Thank you.